Good morning. It's now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Our forecast calling for cloudy skies, humid conditions today, and perhaps some scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Our high going to 90 degrees. In the news, we begin in Michigan, where Abdul El-Sayed has won the Democrat Senate primary.
We all knew they were going to spend their money. We didn't know they were going to spend $70 million of their money. We didn't know that they were going to outspend us $11 to $1. And yet we're still standing.
He beat Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who had the endorsement of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Now, El-Sayed is going to face Republican Congressman Mike Rogers, who claimed the nomination without opposition and who also has the full-throated backing of President Trump. In Missouri, the Squad is losing Democrat Cori Bush, who took a beating in her attempt to make a comeback. She lost 59 to 37% to incumbent Congressman Wesley Bell. Bush said she's not going anywhere.
Because what I am is that same fighter that stood up for you before. I don't have to have a title to fight for my people.
Bush criticizing Wesley Bell for getting a boost from outside spending from pro-Israel groups. Locally in Hendersonville, police are still searching for answers in the investigation of a crash that killed a 15-year-old girl just steps from her home. Here's Channel 4's Amber Giants.
Here on Vaughan-Court Road, neighbors tell us that this crash happened, and police are still being very limited in the information that they're giving us. But as part of their investigation, they have been going door to door to all the houses on this court, looking for any home surveillance video to give them more information about exactly what happened.
Station Camp High School sophomore Kinsley Carter died after being hospitalized in intensive care following that wreck on Sunday. Carter was a member of the Lady Bison softball team and was honored during a prayer vigil at the school on Monday. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Soaring company profits helped pull markets higher, outweighing worries about inflation. The Dow gained 1,050 points. The Nasdaq rose 671. The S&P added 150 points, or nearly 2%, clearing its all-time high set a couple of months ago. Leading the way was Palantir Technologies, which surged nearly 30%. After its head, Alex Karp, said its overall revenue leaped 93% in what he called an otherworldly quarter. The AI company raised its revenue forecast for the year. Falling oil prices also helped stocks. Brent crude fell more than 5% to close at $79 a barrel. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Stock futures this morning are on the plus side. We've got the Dow Jones futures up 142, the Nasdaq futures up just a fraction, and the S&P futures gaining 23. That's the latest news. Traffic's next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:03, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at the Covered Patio. Dan Mandis here, and I got to tell you, warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. Fall is coming. Fall is next. And I cannot wait to spend time outside in my patio. And I've got to tell you, the Covered Patio is a place you want to go if you want to build or upgrade your patio. Now, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable, especially with fall coming. They've got a ton of outdoor living options with motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures as well. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. The Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to the Covered Patio, 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407, online, thecoveredpatio.com.
Well, already this morning we had a serious crash on 65 southbound. It was in the Franklin area. It's 65 south before Cool Springs Boulevard, exit 68. Still 2 right lanes blocked off by it. Careful in that area this morning. And earlier this morning, we were saying that 65 in the area of yesterday's crash, the northbound lanes, it was saying, in that White House area that 2 right lanes were still, the right lane is still blocked off for the cleanup there. You may find that it's still there this morning. Be careful as you go. That means you'll only have 1 lane available to traffic. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Let's see here. I'm sorry that you had to. Oh, am I on? I'm sorry. I'm answering hate mail and apologizing for that last newscast that Joan Jones just did.
Uh-oh, what did I do?
Joan?
What?
People are making formal requests. Do not, in big capital letters, play any more audio from Cori Bush this morning.
I know.
My word.
Didn't it make your ears bleed?
It was like...
Can I tell you it was longer than that? And I pulled down the sound because I couldn't stand it.
So we shouldn't be apologizing. We should be saying you're
Thank
welcome.
You. Yeah.
We should be saying you're welcome because we didn't play the whole thing.
Yeah.
It sounds like old Cori Bush out there in Missouri. It sounds like she is a sore loser. That's what it sounds like. And I can't imagine. She's this Missouri, right?
Yes, Missouri. Yep.
She is such a repulsive individual.
Yes.
She is the hardcore anti-cop, pro-illegal alien, pro-Hamas. It's all the things.
She's the one that has no hair, right? Yeah.
No, that is Ayanna Pressley.
That's Ayanna Presley.
Ayanna Presley is out of Massachusetts. Cori Bush, she's just... There's no other way to describe her other than repulsive. I'm just telling you.
She lost so miserably.
Did she really?
59 to 37%.
Well, okay, so I don't know anything about the race. I don't know anything about her primary loss to Wesley Bell. If Wesley Bell is, a hardcore progressive DSA kind of a person.
Yeah.
So I wonder why Cori Bush lost. I mean, she's kind of, generic, vile, horrific DSA, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know, why did she lose other than the fact that she's just kind of gross?
Well, Wesley Bell made an issue. First of all, Cori Bush made an issue of him getting AIPAC money. That was her big thing. Oh my gosh, he's being, this is the Jews are coming, that kind of thing. But Cori Bush, Wesley Bell, accused her, now get this, of opposing the things that Kamala Harris had wanted. So he said, you called her a fascist at a time, this is from CBS News. Mm-hmm. Bell accused Bush of calling Harris a fascist in comments that she made 2 years ago in an interview with Al Jazeera TV, in which she said, what I'm hearing is people say, well, we're talking about fighting fascism. We don't need the fascism that comes along with the Donald Trump presidency. But I feel like I'm seeing fascism right now with a Joe Biden presidency and a Vice President Harris presidency. So her opponent in this race, Wesley Bell, was saying that, you were opposing Kamala Harris, and that's a bad thing.
Right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Why did she call... what was her reasoning to call Kamala Harris and Joe Biden fascists?
I'm not really clear.
Impetus?
You'd have to go back and find that interview.
Oh, that's okay, Joan.
TV. No, yeah, I know.
I've had quite enough. Of Cori Bush.
Yes, I agree.
Anyway, so I'm answering all of the hate mail at 5:06, and I'm
sorry, folks. If I have to hear her,
so do you.
So do you.
Very good. Can I just figure this? I'm trying to figure out. So, Abdul El Sayed.
Yes.
So, I've got some outlets reporting, including CBS, that is saying that he won the primary.
Correct.
Fox News, at least when I was coming in at 4 o'clock, I listened to them at the top of the hour, and they had not declared him the winner yet in Michigan.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so did he win or not? It was really close. I don't think people realized that it was going to be so close, but you've got some media outlets saying that he won. Other media outlets are not there yet. So,
okay. Fox News has a tradition of waiting. They're never the first to announce anything. They're never the first ones to, when you are hearing about, a mass shooting somewhere, Fox News will be the last one to report on it. Mm-hmm. Why? Because they want to get it right before they get it first, right? Mm-hmm. That's more important, which is why voters were so angered when Fox News claimed, what was it that they claimed early in the voting?
It was a state. Was it a state or was it
Arizona or Nevada?
I think it was. They claimed there was some numbers that came out. They went with it like way early.
Yes.
And people who are Trump supporters were like,
what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? It's way too early for this, because then ultimately what that does is that some will say acts as voter suppression, because then people are like, well, if Harris won, whatever it was, this early, I forget when it was. I mean, I remember the story. Was it 2020? It wasn't 2024. It was, I think, 2020 or 2016. But anyway.
Arizona for Biden.
Okay, was it Arizona for Biden?
Yeah, so if you look it up, it says Fox News famously called Arizona early for Democrat Joe Biden on election night, November 3rd, 2020 at 11:20 p.m. Eastern Time, with roughly 73% of the vote counted. It was the first major network to make the call, sparking immense controversy, anger from the Trump campaign, and skepticism from other media outlets.
Yeah, because if people see that Biden won Arizona, then in other states, they'll be like, well, if Biden won Arizona, there's no reason to go out and vote.
Right.
That kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So, I remember that. That was a huge thing.
So, yeah, I mean, Fox News does not do anything first. And I agree with that.
I agree with that policy, too.
With that policy, yes.
Yep, I totally agree with that.
It just made me think about how they handled that on election night. And, and now they're doing what they normally do, which is hold off until they have all the information.
All right. Well, I mean, by most media outlets, Abdul El-Sayed has indeed won the primary in Michigan for the Senate. He is going to go against Mike Rogers if those numbers do hold. And so now the question is, okay, so what is going to happen in the general election? I've got some more on this straight ahead. It is 5:15. By the way, I've got a lot of stories today, including, you folks knew who Perez Hilton is? I had to explain this is a shocker, Joan. So I had to explain to Sam.
No way.
Who Perez Hilton was. You knew who Perez Hilton was. I knew who Perez Hilton was. Well, this is it's a bit of a disturbing story. We're going to talk about it coming up as well. Got a lot of stories here for you. The latest on Iran, the latest on the WNBA. We've got a full thing on politics. There's just a lot going on today. Some China in the news as well. So it is 5:15. Real quick, time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, they're still blocking off to make that the right 3 lanes of I-65 southbound at Cool Springs Boulevard, exit number 68. There was a crash there, and it looks like they're still working on it. Again, 3 right lanes still closed off, 65 southbound just before Cool Springs Boulevard, exit number 68. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Cloudy, humid, possible showers and thunderstorms today, a high around 90. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Can you please pot up the audio, if you would? Sam, we ready to go? Okay, let's see. Here we go.
This is an NBC News special report. I'm Steve Kornacki. American voters in 5 states hit the polls on Tuesday, and I've got some major results to share with you, starting in the state of Michigan, where Abdul El-Sayed has won the Democratic primary for the United States Senate. He defeats Congresswoman Haley Stevens. This was a very close race here. You can see there are still a scattering of votes to be counted, but El-Sayed currently leading Stevens by 2 points out.
Yep, so that was the announcement early this morning. So, of course, what is going on in that all-important Democrat Michigan primary? We've been talking about this. Abdul El-Sayed and Representative Haley Stevens. This really does define what direction the Democrats are going to go in moving forward. This pits the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, which is El-Sayed, and Representative Haley Stevens. She is, of course, more moderate. They're calling this race kind of a bellwether as to which side controls the party, the socialists, commies, or the mainstream, or the moderates, if you will. So the Republicans, I mean, we've been talking about this for a while now. The Republicans, I don't know, they've got to be, I think, pretty giddy right about now, because the mainstream of America, they're not where the DSA is. They're simply not. So the Republicans have been talking about how they're really looking forward to running against El-Sayed in the general if he wins, which it does appear now that he has.
Is there a be careful what you wish for aspect to this for Republicans if El-Sayed does win, if he is proving himself as an adept candidate?
Well, look, you never take anything for granted, but obviously he's much further to the left, much farther outside of the political mainstream. I mean, you talk about the world being in chaos. During the campaign, a leaked audio from his campaign came out, Abdul El-Sayed, in which he was worried about commenting on the death of the Ayatollah because he didn't want to offend his supporters.
Wow.
Yeah, the world is in chaos, and this guy can't figure out what side of the ball he's on. And so I think Republicans look forward to running against this because there won't be a brighter line than between Abdul El-Sayed and Mike Rogers.
Yep, that's what I've been saying. Hey, you want to do a Daily Dan poll this early in the morning? Sam, let's do, are you glad that, you figure out a way to do this, Sam, but basically the bottom line is, are you happy that El-Sayed won, thereby defining the Democrats as socialists? What do you think, Joan?
That's a good question, actually.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, personally, I'm glad that he won because this really does show the difference, a huge difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. We can talk all day long about, the war in Iran and some of the other things that are going on, and some things that, frankly, may not be going all that well for the Trump administration. But at least we're not, defund the police, abolish prisons, confiscate wealth, no borders, and welcome all illegal immigration. At least we're not that. So, yeah. Is the war in Iran, do we wish that was over? Do we wish that, things were going better there? Absolutely. But when you look at the other side of the aisle and the train wreckery that is the Democrat Party, the Democrat Socialists of America, this is a line that, at least for, many Americans, as they're just now starting to pay attention to the midterm elections, they're going to be like, wait, what do they stand for? They stand for defund the police and no borders and dissolve ICE and abolish prisons and soft on crime policies and defund Israel and, I'm gonna air quote this, economic justice, which means tax the rich into oblivion. So the Democrats, of course, they as a whole also support men in women's sports. Now, this guy, and Joan and I had a big conversation about this earlier because people say he is a physician, but Joan, you're saying that he's not actually a physician. He worked.
He's a public health. He was a public health official.
But is he like a doctor like Jill Biden is a doctor?
I
don't even know.
He actually went to.
Do you know what my question would be? So if he is a physician, and I don't know if he is or not, I don't care. Because apparently he can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, right? Because no doubt he is all for, as far as the left goes, he's all for men in women's sports, and the Democrats are all okay with men being in women's locker rooms and bathrooms and so on and so forth. So that's what he stands for.
So I have an explainer here about the whole doctor thing.
Uh-huh.
He holds a Doctor of Medicine degree from Columbia University. Yes, he holds that degree, which is much more than anything Jill Biden ever held in her life. And also a doctorate in public health from Oxford University. But he never completed a traditional clinical residency or practice. He
went through all of that,
Yes.
and he decided never to actually take the extra, I don't know what it takes, a year or two of medical school,
Correct.
whatever.
Yeah. He focused his career instead on epidemiology, public health leadership, and public service. So he was never a traditional doctor. He didn't do the residency thing. He didn't follow through. That tells you a lot.
So a physician is somebody that actually sees patients.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he also, by the way, claims that he is not a member of the DSA, Abdul El Sayed.
Yes. What? Are you kidding me?
It's gaslighting.
Oh, my goodness.
It's gaslighting. So here's the question. Do the Republicans, really want to face him in the general election as they try to pick off this seat? Because remember, this is one of those seats that they're trying to convert. It's a Democrat in Michigan who decided that he wasn't going to run again. And so that left the Democrats vulnerable to losing this seat. So then enter Abdul El Sayed and Mike Rogers, the congressman. Rogers, by the way, has been around for a long time. Shermichael Singleton, who is a Republican strategist, says absolutely we want to run against Abdul El Sayed.
Well, we're hoping that Democrats make the catastrophic mistake of electing El Sayed, and I'll tell you why.
They did.
He may not identify as a Democratic socialist, but there's a reason every single Democratic prominent socialist in America is endorsing his candidacy. There's a reason why when you look at polling, segmentation of voters, older African-American voters are not registering and supporting him in high numbers. Blue-collar, non-college degreed Michiganders are not supporting him in high numbers. And so if you're a Democrat and you're trying to figure out your micro-targeting, where can you pull the coalition together to beat a Mike Rogers, who, by the way, only lost by 19,000 votes against Alyssa Slotkin several years ago, the closest Senate race in Michigan history, you have got to be nervous about whether or not this guy can pull together that traditional coalition that Kieran is definitely familiar with as a Democrat to get him across the finish line. I'm not convinced that he is. There's a lot about this guy and his views that have not been revealed to Michiganders on a broad scale yet, and I promise you we're going to target him hard and heavy.
Well, that is a target-rich environment, of course. $60 million was poured into this Senate race, and it was clear the Chuck Schumers of the world, the more moderates of the left, wanted El Sayed to lose. But, the Democrats, they've got now another race that has been won by a socialist. And remember, this was supposed to be the benchmark. This was going to be the race that defined the Democrat Party. And even though it was close, it was very close, El Sayed has now won. Another big part of this dynamic, by the way, and we've been talking about this for a long time, is that Hassan Piker, this repulsive, anti-Semite, vile streamer, has been campaigning with him. And so they, of course, have been talking about who is Hassan Piker.
But how did he close his campaign? It's a very insightful. He spent the day campaigning with Hassan Piker.
This is Karl Rove,
who said America deserved 9/11. If you're worried about Medicare fraud, you ought to kill Senator Rick Scott, a former health care executive. He said the Hamas attack on Israel and October 7th attack was Israel's fault, and the use of rape by Hamas didn't change the dynamic for him. And he then he has mocked Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw of Texas, a decorated war hero who lost his eye in a firefight in Afghan. He mocked him by praising the guy who took his eye and tried to kill him. I mean, this is how El Sayed, how left-wing and out-of-touch El Sayed is with sort of working-class, blue-collar, middle America Michiganders. In my opinion, why this is going to be an excellent shot for the Republican pickup if El Sayed wins the nomination tonight.
Well, and he did. That's Karl Rove. Karl Rove, by the way, still using that little, what do you call that, easel board? That little thing that he writes on?
It's so frustrating. I hate that he does that.
Still, after all these years. Does he not know that they have like graphics now in television that they can, whatever. All right, so real quick, Sam, so how did we frame the Daily Dan poll on YouTube? By the way, if you could, watch us on YouTube, watch us on Facebook, like and subscribe, watch us at 997WTN.com, Twitter, Twitch, all the things. So YouTube, Daily Dan poll, how did we frame it?
Are you glad Abdul won, proving the Dems are completely radical? Yes, watch them self-implode, or no, it's a sign of worse to come, with yes, watch them self-implode, meaning you're glad he won at 55%. It's kind of split.
Yeah, so that's a good split. So the question is the rest of America as insane as the Democrat Socialists of America? That's ultimately, part of what is inside of that question. So thank you, Sam. It is 5:26. Joan has the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, potential threat to President Trump's life has been averted. Another one. We've got the story coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. morning. It's 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and our forecast is calling for some cloudy skies today. It'll be a humid day for sure, and we should watch for some scattered showers and thunderstorms possible this afternoon. Our high going to 90. In the news, a man has been arrested after scoping out President Trump's Los Angeles golf course ahead of the president's visit there. Janine John Taylor approached plainclothes federal agents. Here's Lori Perez at CBS News.
CBS News sources say Taylor falsely identified himself as a U.S. State Department employee, saying he needed to see Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Staff alerted U.S. Secret Service personnel. Rubio not even on this trip with Trump. Agents then spotted Taylor taking photos and videos of security planning at the site ahead of the president's visit. Sheriff's deputies detained Taylor and said he was carrying a 16-round magazine of hollow point ammo. And in his parked car, they found a loaded gun and more ammunition.
And inside his home, more modified guns, ammo, and body armor, along with notebooks containing what investigators call concerning statements. He's being held on $250,000 bail. 3 days after that deadly crash on Lower Broadway, and we're learning more about a mom from Decatur County, one of the most seriously hurt in that crash, still fighting for her life. Channel 4's Steve Mailing.
Family friends tell me that Diane Cooper is truly one of a kind. She was crossing this 4th Avenue crosswalk on Saturday when that car came through, hitting her and a couple other pedestrians who were just crossing the road. And while doctors have stabilized her for now, I'm told by these family friends that she still has a long road to recovery ahead of her.
Diane Cooper's family asking for prayers for her long road to recovery. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:33. Dan Mandis here. Back to school time means back to busy schedules, homework, and activities as well. The last thing you need to worry about is your HVAC. Let Busy Bee do that for you with big time savings. Now, this month, here in the month of August, you schedule any HVAC maintenance or repair, and you get a free dryer vent cleaning. That's added safety and one less thing that you have to worry about. If you need a new HVAC system, buy a high-efficiency unit, and you'll be entered to win Busy Bee's Healthy Hive giveaway. That is a $1,500 sponsorship for the local school of your choice. Busy Bee always giving back to the community. You can always gift your favorite teacher or a staff member a Beehive membership. They do that every year. You can also get a $500 gift card with qualifying whole home repipes or mainline replacements. And with approved credit, enjoy 0% financing for 18 months. God love Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Okay, looks like they've cleared up the problem on 65 South in Franklin near Cool Springs. Everything is open to traffic again. No other major issues this morning on the roads. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. It is time for...
Jones World, party time. Excellent.
Wow.
Well done, Sam.
Sam, nice job.
Okay, so Sam has been working on that for how long, Sam?
Been a couple weeks.
Been a couple weeks.
Yeah. You don't understand how hard it is to track down the original file that is just
Well, so the company nor the host would spend the $30 for Suno, which is a jingle making app or whatever it is. So Sam has been working very hard on the free version. Thank you, Sam. So you want to play it one more time, just to make it worth it?
Yeah.
Jones World, party time. Excellent.
I love it.
That's actually very funny.
Awesome.
Good job, Sam.
Yeah.
All right, so it is time for Jones World. So I have not heard these stories as of yet, so I'm going to react to them along with you folks. Joan, go.
Okay, so do you know who Nate Friedman is?
No.
Okay, he's an independent journalist, Nate Friedman. I guess he's in Michigan, like lives in Michigan. But he's a viral independent journalist, high-profile tech executive as well.
Got it.
He had been the CEO of GitHub for a while. So he's known now for his journalism, and he has gone out to a store in Michigan. And he said, quote, "In my 2 years of reporting on the ground, this is the most shocking footage I have ever taken. Our country is becoming unrecognizable."
If you were to do grocery shopping here in Dearborn, this is what you would see. In my 2 years of reporting on the ground, this is the most shocking footage that I have ever taken.
So he's walking through the store.
Yeah.
And
I will play this footage without commentary and let you experience.
Every single person is
in a hijab.
You
know, lots of kids around them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He even goes, and he's just. They're all the workers are also Islam.
Everybody's in a hijab.
Everybody,
and some of them
are the kind where you see nothing of the woman.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's like, hey, and how fun do you think that is in August?
Oh my gosh.
That's why they picked Michigan, though.
What's that?
That's why they picked moving to Michigan.
Yeah,
it's probably pretty mild in August.
I think some of these signs are also in Arabic.
So a lot of the products on the shelves are halal products. And there's even now he gets to a point where there's a shop in the there it is. Do you see it? Oh, I'm a little behind on the feed.
Yeah,
here,
but you are. But I'm at the halal marshmallows.
Yeah. Okay. Just before that, there's a shop, like a clothing store inside the grocery store where the women can go and buy their
hijabs. This is what happens when an entire community, I'm going to say, allows itself to be overrun by Islam or Muslims, but this is what happened. People moved in and they took over. We've talked about this a lot, where you'll have these folks move in, and we saw the same thing in Minneapolis, where they come in, and then what happens, and we've seen this in Michigan yesterday during the primary.
Property values spiral.
Yeah, where they come in and then they vote. They know how to vote.
Yep.
So whether we're talking about the Somalians in Minnesota or the Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, this is what is happening to Michigan as a whole, and particularly in Dearborn, which is
there is one
very well known
candidate in Tennessee who is hoping that he is aiming to make sure that this doesn't happen here in Tennessee.
Who's that,
That's
Joan?
all I'll say.
Who's that, Joan?
That would
No,
be
go
Monty
ahead.
Fritz.
Everybody knows. Joan,
Monty Fritz is saying no Islam, no mosques. Take them all out.
Jones in the tank for Monty Fritz. And by the way, I got to tell you that he's got a lot of great points on that. So
yeah. So the next,
I was going to say, as does all the evidence of what happens when they overtake a community.
Yeah.
The question is, how do you get around that pesky Constitution where they have freedom of religion? And by the way, I'm not doing this now. So next.
Okay, so the next one is related. This is people who have stormed a town council meeting in North Carolina because there is a proposed 5,000 square foot mosque that's going to be built in Mooresville, North Carolina. They were not told that this mosque was going to be built in their backyards, and they're mad.
Examine closely whether the building of this mosque is right for this community. I personally say no to Sharia law and this Muslim center.
How can you serve and protect us when you can't even tell us about a proposed mosque in our backyard?
It was a full house tonight at the Mooresville Commissioners meeting as the town considers a new mosque.
Do we know how big it is?
5,000 square feet.
So is that big for mosque standards?
I don't think
because sometimes you've got these mosques that are like
enormous,
huge.
Yeah. But the point is that the town council didn't tell them anything about this in advance. They sprung it on them.
Yep.
And B, this is going to be put into a residential area that had somehow gotten a clearance to be a religious place. So now in their neighborhood, they're going to have this call to prayer.
Oh, can you imagine? Was that five times a day? 5
times a day.
How long is that call to prayer? Do we know? Like, is that just like one?
Can I just tell you that 1 second of it is too long?
No. And I totally agree with that because the entire neighborhood is going to hear the call to prayer. How long
did you just find out, Sam?
Yeah, the Adhan, or the Islamic call to prayer, it lasts about 3 to 5 minutes.
Oh,
can you imagine? How loud? I'm curious because you know what you hear it on YouTube. Like people will post it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But you don't know what has been like manipulated from an audio standpoint. So you don't know what's real and what's not. But I've seen YouTube videos and on X as well where it is loud. And why does it have to be 3 to 5 minutes? Like, did they not hear it in the first 5 seconds?
It's part of the process, Dan. It's also why it has to be 5 times a day, apparently.
Man, I'd be mad too if this was.
Oh, I would be furious.
Yeah.
Just imagine the thing that I kind of key in on is imagine being a veteran who was over there,
yes,
who heard that, and then later on in the day, one of your buddies got blown up.
Right. Oh, I
right
bet
in front of you.
that for some veterans who were in Iraq and Afghanistan, they hear that and it probably triggers some memories.
7732 church bells. Yeah, church bells are a pleasing sound.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but there's no other way to say that.
It's not 5 times a day every day. It's for special occasions, and it's literally in the immediate vicinity. The call to prayer is meant to be broadcast over an entire town.
Yeah, and church bells, it's on Sunday, right?
Or a wedding or something.
Or wedding,
to that effect.
something, yeah.
Something, beautiful and worth building towards.
Well, I would just, for an example, play the call to prayer for folks, but I'm just not going to do it.
No.
Not going to do it.
If you think Cori Bush made your ears bleed. Sorry.
Next.
Okay, so next, this is just a funny video about the future of interpersonal communications that AI is bringing into our future.
A cashier has asked me how it's going. How do I respond? Keep it short and light. Try something like, good, and you?
He said, good, and you. What do I say to that?
Perhaps offer to assist him with something like,
are you looking for something I can help with?
Yeah, so what's great about this is the younger generation, well, and perhaps the older generation too, they're having trouble with small talk.
Yeah.
That there's a whole article, I don't remember where I read it, but the younger generation, if they're not communicating with or on their phones, they don't know how to communicate.
They don't know how to communicate, yeah.
What items am I collecting?
The items you should collect depend on your needs.
What are my needs?
Needs can vary, but the most common are health, food, shelter, and companionship.
Do you have companionship?
What aisle is companionship?
Oh my God, what aisle is companionship?
Yeah.
That's usually what you see in like Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Parumph. Do you know what that means, Sam? Well, actually, I should probably ask Joan. I bet Joan doesn't know what Parumph is.
Parumph is where Art Bell broadcast his show.
Yeah, but I think that's where all the I can say this at 547.
Yeah,
that's where all the
the
that's where all the ladies of the night.
Yeah,
that's where you've got companionship aisle 5.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
All right. Oh, the concubines, you say?
I think that this
is that what you call? No,
No.
a concubine is.
Or is that more of a slave thing?
I would say prostitutes. Like, let's say it like it is.
Hookers, Sam. Hookers.
Hookers.
It's not that hard, dude. Concubines. All right, Sam, you're 0 for 2 today. Number one, you don't know what a concubine is. You didn't have my audio up earlier, but you did come up with the whole Jones World thing, so you're forgiven on all
He's
of it.
Forgiven.
All right.
Totally.
Anyway, but I have noticed that about the younger generation.
Yeah. They don't know how to talk to each other.
They don't know how to talk to each
They also
other.
don't make eye contact. It's like they're afraid to. Now,
But
yesterday,
what age are we talking about? Are we talking about like 13, 14, 15? Are we talking about like 20-year-olds?
I think 20-year-olds.
Yeah. All right, I'll give you that.
Yesterday, my husband and I went golfing, and 2 young kids came up, and I would say they're probably just starting high school, maybe sophomores. And they said, "Hey, can we play with you guys?" And we were like, "Yeah." These kids were so cool. They talked to us. They were like encouraging about each other's shots. They were a lot of fun to play with. And I thought, wow, like how often does this happen? It doesn't really happen that often.
Do you know what? We had a kid here at the radio station. His name was AJ, and he was young, like early 20s. Same thing you're talking about. So, really cool, talkative, would look at you in the eye. So I think that, there are some that are so completely clueless they don't know how to communicate, but there are others who, my opinion, probably had a fairly decent conservative upbringing.
Yes, their
And
parents knew what to do.
Their parents knew what to do. That is exactly right.
Don't just give them a phone and put them in a room and say, "Don't bother me."
Yeah. Every once in a while, in my house, it'll be like, "Hey, does Riker want a hamburger or whatever?" And Amy will say, "Cause I'll be in like one part of the house, or we'll be in one part of the house, and he'll be up in another part of the house." And Amy will be like, "Why don't you text him and see if he wants a hamburger?" It's like he's literally up the stairs. I'm going to, because Amy's younger too, so she's part of that.
Yeah.
So I will walk my sorry butt upstairs and say, "Hey, Riker, would you like a hamburger?" And then as I'm standing there, he'll send me a text on my phone and say yes.
Do you remember the old
Totally
school?
kidding.
You remember the old school PA systems that houses used to have?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
That's something my wife and I are talked about. If we get to build a house, that we're going to have something like that set up in there. No texting. You're going to hear me in the walls.
See,
in the walls.
But Amy and I just scream at each other. That's our PA system.
You want extra cheese on this?
Where's the ketchup? That kind of thing. These are things that are heard in my house. All right, last but not least, Sophie Cunningham can sing.
Listen to this.
All right, so this is apparently Sophie Cunningham.
She's in a church.
No, it's not a good look. Need some self-control.
Well, she's got it going on.
Deep down, I know this never works, but you can lay with me so it doesn't hurt. Oh, won't you stay with me?
Listen to her.
'Cause you're all I need. This ain't love, it's clear to see.
Wow.
I know, right?
She's better than Martha from Martha and the Vandells.
Oh, she's way better
Remember
than
that
Martha.
whole thing? Was
Oh,
that
yeah.
yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Really, really impressive.
Yeah. She's just got it all going on.
Boy, she sure does.
Yeah.
Did you hear? I'm going to do this in more context later, but real quickly. Angel Reese. Do you know who Angel Reese is?
Yes.
So Angel Reese.
Professional bricklayer.
Angel Reese says that she's black, that when she was growing up, she didn't have dolls that looked like her. Now, obviously, she's trying to say that America's racist, right? That's what she's trying to say. So, of course, people are like, there have been black dolls since like the late 60s, early 70s.
Christy was Barbie's black friend.
Yes.
1968.
That's okay. Very good. I've got it all here somewhere, but you have by the early 2000s, and again, she was born in 2002. By the early 2000s, you had a huge doll market that specifically catered to black families.
Yeah.
So, Angel, you might want to talk to your parents. They refused apparently to buy you a black doll.
She was clearly, her parents didn't treat her well. She
No.
probably didn't have any other toys either.
Well, she probably had a basketball.
Yeah. Well, she
at
may
least
have had that. Yeah.
And also part of that, you know what? I'll do my WNBA thing coming up after the news at 6, because, and by the way, I want people to understand that when we talk about, or when I talk about the WNBA, it's not because I'm talking about the WNBA. It's because it's actually woke versus right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like what is happening to Sophie Cunningham and what is happening to Caitlin Clark, you know, it should be criminal because they are being assaulted on the basketball court. But it's about the wokery that is happening in America today, and that is emblematic there in the WNBA. And so we're watching the WNBA crumble as we speak. And what I personally love about this is that people on our side are challenging the WNBA. And they're saying, okay, so if you're so woke, if you really value, you know, men and women's sports, well, then why don't you? And that's where we will pick up the story coming up after the news at 6 here on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 6 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, Nashville is apparently ready to move on taking the land where that data center was set to be built. I've got the story coming up here at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here from Mark Spain Real Estate. If you are stuck in a home that you cannot sell, call Mark Spain Real Estate. If your open houses are being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making costly repairs while your house goes unsold, call Mark Spain. Their guaranteed offer does indeed keep you in control. You're going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit. Again, it's all part of that guaranteed offer. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. 13,000 5-star reviews cannot be wrong. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. Call them right now and get out of your home fast and move on to the next chapter in your life. The phone number, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. Times are tough. Absolutely, I agree. Now, if you need a new truck or a minivan, maybe an SUV, Mid-10 Ford, they can help you out with great selection, terrific pricing as well. Mid-10 Ford, they've been around for 56 years, since 1969, helping people get the vehicle that is right for them. They can help you save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. They also offer special financing as well if you need it. Now, Mid-10 Ford, I like to say that they're a one-stop shop. You can buy your vehicle there at Mid-10 Ford. You can get it serviced. They have a body shop as well. So you want a brand new or a pre-owned vehicle, you can check out all of the great deals at their website, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. They offer low-pressure sales, maximum customer service if you show up at their business, 1319 Foster Avenue. This is a family-owned business going back 4 generations. So, yeah, they do know how to treat customers. So let them help you get into your next vehicle. Again, low-pressure sales, maximum customer service. Find them online, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. Let their family take care of your family. I got to tell you this. There is not one person that is happier that I'm back from a commercial break than Joan Jones. Because I was actually monologuing at Joan Jones about something. And Joan knows when I'm passionate about something. You know what I'm saying, though, Joan. Just moving right along.
Yeah.
Let's see here. All right. Perez Hilton, just very quickly. There is something that happened horrifyingly so last night on TikTok. I think it was TikTok.
Yeah.
Where Perez Hilton, and if you don't know who Perez Hilton is, he is I want to make sure I get it all in there, a gay gossip reporter, columnist kind of a thing. And, well, Perez had a breakdown and decided to take a butcher knife to his body live on TikTok. And so I don't know, Sam, have you ever seen this where people on the socials will actually say, don't watch this video? Usually people will like pile on and say, oh, watch this. There are so many people on the
Reverse
socials
psychology.
that are saying, oh, you think that's what it is?
Yeah. Or like, only watch if you dare, or anything like that.
No, I've got some audio where people are saying, do not watch this. It is horrifying. I can't imagine. Now, he's been in the midst of a breakdown for a while now. And so he's got, again, he's gay. He's got 3 kids. He just moved to Miami. He lives with his mom to help with the kids. And it's just, he is covered in blood. Oh, by the way, he was also naked. So just a complete mental breakdown. I don't know what his status is right now.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either. I just watched a video from a Miami television station with the cops out there, and they're taking him out and taking him to the hospital. I mean, he's seriously wounded. The Daily Mail has the story, and they're talking about he has apparently come to Jesus. He's had a come to Jesus moment, and he's been talking about things that he regrets and things that he's ashamed of in his life. And I don't know if that's what led to this. But clearly he's had
a complete breakdown. And so, there really isn't much more to say about it other than TikTok left it up for 30 minutes.
Oh my.
While he was literally covered in blood. It's crazy. All right, we got to go. 6 o'clock, Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Yemen's Houthi rebels are claiming a ballistic missile attack on an oil tanker belonging to Saudi Arabia this morning in the Red Sea. That would be the 8th Saudi oil tanker targeted since the start of the maritime blockade in July. The Houthis are declaring that they will escalate attacks in the northern Red Sea because Saudi Arabia is diverting its oil tankers there from the south in response to their blockade. President Trump, meantime, taking questions from reporters on the tarmac at LAX, saying negotiations with Iran are moving along nicely, and there could be an agreement on the Strait of Hormuz.
Tomorrow is the next thing. A lot of progress has been made.
A lot of progress has been made, he said. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying yesterday that progress had been made in talks between Iran and Oman on the strait. Metro Nashville police are searching for a man who they say shot and killed a coworker. Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter.
This happened last night at the U-Haul moving and storage facility on Annex Avenue in West Nashville. Metro police say that 2 employees got into an argument. One of the workers pulled out a gun and shot his coworker several times. The 56-year-old died shortly after arriving to Vanderbilt.
Police are not yet releasing the identity of the man who was killed. And Metro Council last night passing legislation that authorizes the use of eminent domain to forcibly purchase the property where DC Blocks plan to build a data center next to the Nashville Zoo. Now, that legislation doesn't require Metro to acquire the property, but Mayor Freddie O'Connell's office said they do plan to move forward with that process. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
A Tuesday rally lifted 2 of 3 major stock indexes to new records. The Dow Jones surged more than 900 points and closed above 54,000 for the first time. The S&P gained 1.8% for a new record. The Nasdaq closed up 2.6%. Carmaker Lucid came in below analyst second quarter expectations, and its shares fell around 8% in after-hours trading. Company CEO Silvio Napoli tells CNBC that Lucid is conducting what he calls an operational reset. It's not the stores themselves, but the land beneath 117 JCPenney locations that Onyx Partners wants to acquire. The private equity firm is resurrecting a deal that failed to close last year, offering $934 million for those properties. First, it was cyclosporiasis linked to lettuce at Taco Bell. Now Chipotle Mexican Grill has removed jalapenos from its restaurants nationwide after a salmonella outbreak in Minnesota sickened more than 100 people. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning are mostly pointing up. The Dow futures plus 206, but the Nasdaq futures are down a fraction, and the S&P futures plus 31 right now.
Hey, Joan, real quick. So you and I have been talking about this off the air, but CNN is also saying that El Said and Stevens, it's too close to call. So we've got, I don't know what ABC is doing, but we've got CBS, who has called it for El Said. We've got Fox and CNN that are both saying that the Michigan Senate race between Haley Stevens and Abdul El Said is too close to call.
Yeah. ABC News is saying that it's still too close to call.
What about AP? What is the AP saying? I mean, this is fascinating.
I can tell you that CBS has called it, NBC first called it for El Sayed. Now ABC is saying that it's a tight contest. Maybe NBC called it too early.
Oh, snap.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see if they're still saying that.
I don't even know. What are you? So what did you report? Are you reporting that Said won?
Yeah, I went with NBC. They say Abdel El Sayed wins Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, a big victory for the left.
Well, and usually, if I remember right, NBC and AP, they didn't have a partnership per se, but they're usually pretty intertwined.
Yes.
And usually, if I remember right, AP is the outfit, the media outlet that is the official caller of races.
But the AP is saying that it's too close to call. Moderate candidate Haley Stevens and progressive favorite Abdul El Sayed were in a tight race for Michigan's Democratic U.S. Senate nomination in the early morning hours of Wednesday.
So, if I may, the WTN newsroom giveth and the WTN newsroom taketh away.
I think I'm going to switch here.
Are you going to change your deal?
I think I absolutely will.
They say 48.6 for Said, 47.3 for Haley.
Now, let me go look
So that's,
here.
I mean, obviously that's very close.
It is. I'm checking the Wall Street Journal. They also are pretty straight
good?
down the line, on this type of stuff.
Okay. Well, while you do that, I'm gonna read a message from Dr. Horn, and you figure that out, because I do find this really interesting. It is 6:06 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for my friend Dr. Horn and all the vision pros at Vision for Life. So many people, maybe even you, are living with cataracts, and you don't even realize how much it is affecting their everyday life. Now, the good news is the fix is quick. It all begins with a personalized consultation with Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. If you've been dealing with blurry or cloudy vision, glare or halos around lights, colors that just don't seem as bright as they used to, well, those are all signs of cataracts. And for a lot of people, driving becomes difficult as well, even dangerous, especially at night. Some people even experience double vision in one eye. Now, look, that is not something that you have to live with. Cataract surgery these days, it is fast, painless, and the results can be truly life-changing. So don't wait. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com to schedule your cataract evaluation with Dr. Horn today and find out if you qualify. 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com, and start seeing clearly again. 6:07 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN Loan Pronto. If you've got a 2%, 3%, or 4% mortgage rate, don't refinance it. You don't have to, but you can get cash out of your home thanks to Loan Pronto. If you're short on cash, they can help you at Loan Pronto, courtesy of their zero-cost equity loan. With Loan Pronto, you can get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees. Now, one local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 every single month. By the way, no long drawn-out process either. There's no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, and again, no long drawn-out process. So you may even have no closing costs. So this is the greatness about Loan Pronto. You could even skip your next 2 house payments. So call them today. Leave your low-rate mortgage intact, but get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
If you're headed to the airport, watch it. 40 westbound before Donaldson Pike, exit 216B. There's a crash on the left shoulder. Now, they're reporting this as a stalled out vehicle, but there are 2 vehicles in the curve there. So watch it as you go around there. It could be tough going to see that. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think 3888 said it best, Joan. Michigan is waiting for 5,000 mail-in votes from Yemen.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
probably.
You were asking if 5,000 square feet for a mosque in North Carolina was big.
Yes.
It's really not, but Google just wanted to remind me that the largest mosque in the United States is in Dearborn, Michigan, a whopping 120,000 square feet.
Oh, my gosh.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye-bye, Michigan.
Can you imagine that? Yeah, we've lost Dearborn and we're losing Michigan. Although we'll see what happens with this race. So you were going to look up something, Joan. Was it the AP? And then I'm going to get to the WNBA thing because people are complaining that I teased it and I'm not going to do it. I promise you I'm going to do it. So, Joan, what are we looking at as far as what's going on in Michigan?
Yeah, so what I was looking for was whether or not the Wall Street Journal called it. So they say Michigan's Senate primary, the party's most divisive and costly this year, was locked in a tight race ahead of a verdict on whether a progressive socialist groundswell has reached the top political battleground. So they're not calling it for Abdul al-Sayed either. So and in fact, they cite the Associated Press. So I think that NBC News is the outlier here.
Fake news Joan strikes again.
Oh, come on, man.
Joan, you're the outlier.
I'm
you
the
and
outlier.
NBC News, you're the outlier.
I am. Yeah, I am.
You know what? This is good news, actually.
This
is very good news.
I think you're right.
So we'll see. And again, I don't know where the votes are coming from that they need to count, but this is going to be a nail biter all day long.
Well, I can tell you. So if you know your Michigan, Stevens was showing strength in Wayne County. That includes Detroit, where there are many black Democratic voters. El Sayed was competitive in Oakland County, a Detroit suburban area that's part of Stevens' political base. So it looks like she is getting the support of the black vote.
Well, one of the things that they're saying is older black voters will not vote for somebody like El Sayed.
Yeah.
They just won't. And so that, I think, is good for the Republican Party, obviously, because that means in the midterms moving forward and certainly in 2028, when we'll probably more than likely see more of these kinds of candidates, the DSAs, if you will, then that will ultimately be good for the Republican Party. All right, very good. Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
It is 6:10. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The WNBA does continue to implode. Again, as I said in the last hour, This isn't necessarily a story about the WNBA per se. It is a story about what is right and wrong in America. In my mind, it's good versus evil. It is again, right versus wrong. And the hypocrisy and the lunacy of the left, and yes, protecting our girls as well. This is really important. So one of the things that Clay Travis is doing, you know him from Fox News, of course. And so Clay is now, and he's from right here in Middle Tennessee, he's offered up $10 million to have the best of the WNBA play against a boys' high school basketball team of his choosing. Now, what I think is so funny is this is how one of the leftists put it as far as what Clay Travis is doing. Listen to this.
So Clay Travis, he's the man behind Outkick. He announced today he's offering $10 million to the winner of a game of basketball between a high school boys team of his choosing and the WNBA defending champions, the Las Vegas Aces. I thought to myself, why? But obviously the answer is because he thinks it is so impossible for any group of women, let alone the best in the game, that they could ever beat younger and more inexperienced boys. It's a thinly veiled sexist joke, revealing the actual truth of how he and his organization feel about women's sports. It's not about caring about them. They think women's sports are a joke.
So that is completely wrong. That is completely false. And that is a disingenuous take on what Clay Travis is doing. The point of all of this is to prove that men or boys don't belong on women's sports teams. The point that he's trying to make is that men are inherently better than women at sports. That's the point. They're talking about that woman is trying to talk about how Clay Travis is sexist. No, he's trying to protect women. Conservatives are trying to protect women and girls. There's nothing sexist about that at all. The sexist ones are the ones that are trying to destroy women's sports, which bizarrely enough are the ones that are in charge of women's sports because they want men to be in women's sports. They're so backwards in their thinking on this. But here's what's very strange about this is that the WNBA, they do seem to think that trans men should play in women's sports, the coaches and so forth, as they attack Sophie Cunningham for saying that men should stay out of women's sports. So Clay says, okay, let's see how boys' high school basketball compares with the WNBA, and let's prove that men do not belong in women's sports. Now, the WNBA, they won't do it. They won't take up the $10 million bet with Clay Travis because to them, it is more important to be woke and virtue signal than actually be consistent in their arguments. And by the way, just real quick, have you seen this guy in France? His name is Julie Titart. Now,
I'm glad you said his.
Now, Julie, he is 6'3" and is ripped. So people are saying, look, old Julie here, who, again, Julie also has armpit hair playing in France.
Ew.
And so now you have people that are saying that Julie should be signed by the WNBA. Julie led the league in points and rebounds there in France. The highlight reels show that he is clearly dominating this women's league in France. And so Fox News actually asked old Julie if he would play in the WNBA. And he said, I won't say no. Now, for people watching on Super Talk TV, I'm showing the highlight reel of Julie. And, the only thing that looks female on Julie is the long ponytail. Other than that, there is indeed armpit hair, and I don't know if those are, I've seen, can I say this? I've seen bigger boobs on a 13-year-old boy who eats a lot of chicken or drinks a lot of soda pop. Okay, because chicken and the hormones, you know that whole story?
I think so.
Whatever. Anyway. So, if you look at the highlight reel, old Julie there, clearly a man. and clearly with the armpit hair. And I realize this is France, but just not trying to hide it at all. So why would Julie not play in the WNBA? Why would the WNBA not want Julie
averaging 20 points and 20 rebounds a game?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Why wouldn't they want Julie in the WNBA? If it's okay to have men play in women's sports. See, that's the whole point. People are calling for the WNBA to, sign him because they think that it's okay. So that's the big question. Which one of the female athletes in the WNBA will lose their spot to 6'3" Julie Tattart? I mean, I think it's a legit question. Did we do traffic? We did not do traffic. My apologies. 6:17. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, cloudy and humid today, possible showers and thunderstorms, and a high around 90 degrees. I think the WNBA, I think it's more important for them to basically say that it's okay to have, men, or trans women, whatever you want to call them. I call them men in women's sports. They want to portray themselves as, woke and inspirational and enlightened, but the reality is that their actions don't match their words. Otherwise, they would sign this Julie Tattart. Meantime, more outrage over Sophie Cunningham. I don't know if you folks, you probably have seen this by now. This was, I believe, over the weekend, but there was a moment in a game a couple of days ago where Sophie Cunningham actually got an elbow to the face.
Sophie Cunningham. Oh, okay. So I think it should be an offensive foul. I don't think it should be a defensive foul.
Yeah, so Sophie Cunningham, Joan, you saw this, and I know, Sam, you saw this too.
I did.
Where she got an elbow purposely right to the face, and somehow they called a defensive foul against Sophie Cunningham versus the offensive player. And I think that we're going to start seeing now, what we're going to start seeing is just like the assault and the abuse that we've been seeing with Caitlin Clark, where the fouls have not been called against those players assaulting Caitlin Clark on the field, on the court. We're going to start seeing that with Sophie Cunningham as well. And in this instance, they called the foul on her.
Well, and then they reviewed it. To see if it really was, and they still stuck with the call that it was a foul on her.
Isn't that insane?
I last time I checked, I played basketball the majority of my life. As long as you are not the one engaging the contact, you're not the one at fault.
It's crazy.
I can't. I'm glad that none of her teeth went flying.
And it looked like, that looked like it was hard enough of a hit that her teeth could have gone flying.
Well, and remember, women have a thinner bone density than men. So imagine Julie Tattart swinging her elbows around could quite literally fracture someone's jaw.
Yep. No, you're right. And then we were talking about Angel Reese a little bit ago.
Honestly,
where she said,
I didn't have a lot of dolls because I didn't have dolls that really looked like me much, and that's why I kind of really wanted to make sure this was super intentional.
So memo to the WNBA, if you want to be taken seriously and you want people to play your audio, get better audio, because that audio was terrible. So I'm going to tell you what she said. Basically, she said that she's black, and she says that when she was younger, she did not have dolls that looked like her. And of course, you know what this is, right? This is more, race baiting and playing the victim, which is what, the WNBA and some folks do. They love to wallow in victimhood, victim Olympics, all that kind of stuff. So the video shows her saying that, when she was growing up, she didn't have any dolls that looked like her. Well, we've had black dolls dating back to 1968, 57 years ago. She was born in 2002. By 1975, Mattel had several black dolls. So did other doll manufacturers. Shindana Toys, never heard of them. I may be mispronouncing it. But Shindana Toys had many different versions of dolls designed to specifically connect with black children in 1975. As a matter of fact, Joan, you know what their slogan was? The world's most beautiful black dolls.
Huh.
So Angel Reese, again, born in 2002. So what you might want to do, I would say to Angel Reese, is check with your parents, because clearly they didn't want to buy you black dolls. By 2005, when she was 3, which I don't know when girls start playing with dolls, but by the time she was 3, black children could find dolls with more varied skin tones, hairstyles, including braids, curls, and natural styles as well, careers, historical identities, and personalities, all of them with black skin. Has anybody called her out for this? I mean, I know that I have. I'm sure that many other people have as well.
I see it all over online. So,
it is the woke victim Olympics, and she looks bad. And I would say nice try. It is 6:23 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, we have President Trump's reaction to the guy who was arrested at his golf course in Los Angeles. Arms ready to go, taking pictures. What President Trump had to say about that coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Brentwood Jewelry. Why would you not go to Brentwood Jewelry for all your jewelry needs? This is a great jewelry store. They are, simply put, the best in Middle Tennessee. They've got incredible selections of watches for both men and women for any budget, and great selections of Rolexes, both new and used. Now, if pocket knives are your thing, Brentwood Jewelry does feature the William Henry collection. They are outstanding. And if you're getting engaged, Brentwood Jewelry has everything from wedding bands to semi-mount engagement rings and a whole lot more. And guys, if you are looking for something special for that special lady in your life, Brentwood Jewelry has your hookup. They've got bracelets and earrings and necklaces and a whole lot more. And again, all at great prices and terrific selection as well, and outstanding customer service. So check them out. BrentwoodJewelry.com is the website, brick and mortar store, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Please tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. BrentwoodJewelry.com. Exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry.
Good morning at 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A California man has pleaded not guilty to charges stemming from his arrest outside President Trump's golf course in Los Angeles. Janine John Taylor was spotted taking photos and videos and appearing to monitor security planning activities ahead of President Trump's arrival there today. Now, President Trump was asked about that arrest on Fox News last night.
The only thing I get a little solace from is they say only consequential presidents. And I am definitely consequential.
Taylor was found with ammunition on his person, guns in his car. His home was also loaded with guns, ammo, body armor, and concerning writings. More questions than answers in the crash that killed 15-year-old Station Camp High School sophomore Kinsley Carter. Here's Channel 4's Amber Giant.
Now, a parent that we did speak with tells us that he has children around the same age and says that he often sees drivers going too fast through this neighborhood, and he can't imagine what the family is going through.
And as a runner, I used to run through these neighborhoods, so it was always a concern, people flying. Every time I had a near miss with getting hit by a car, it's been in a subdivision. You imagine, I guess, what any parent would imagine, right? I mean, that could be your kid. It's somebody else's kid. It's just as terrible, though.
Right now, police, again, they're asking everyone if you saw anything on Sunday morning that seemed unusual, or if you have any surveillance video, to send them that information as they continue their investigation.
The crash happened on Windcrest Way on Sunday. Carter died after being hospitalized in intensive care. And a drifting SpaceX rocket is on a collision course with the moon.
A 5-ton piece of a SpaceX rocket was set to crash into the moon overnight. The rocket launched last year. SpaceX was not able to steer it toward the Earth. Part of it was expected to plunge into the moon and leave a new crater. Scientists say it's a unique opportunity to research the makeup of the lunar surface.
That's ABC Sophie Flay. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 632 Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. And for a lot of you parents, school is back here in the next couple of weeks. And of course, it's back for a lot of districts now. Now, that means that you've got time to work on you again, taking walks, maybe a few workouts during the week. Why not a trip to Contours in Cool Springs? They can help you get rid of those love handles. They've been bugging you for years, of course. And yeah, you can't get rid of them with the help of Contours. Now, they specialize in red light technology. It is all the rage these days, and they have the latest and greatest equipment to help you lose that unwanted fat. Again, red light technology. It works. No pain, no downtime. Check out Contours today, and a special price right now of $99 does indeed get you a belly buster special. The first 10 callers right now, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. First 10 callers right now, just $99, and you lose 2 inches across the middle, or it is free. 615-236-9960. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. ContoursLLC.com. All right, so a lot of this rain that we've been having, you could end up with water in your crawl space or your basement. That moisture could be an indication that you have waterproofing issues, and it also means that you need to call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. I like to say that I've spent money with USS because they've helped me with my home. I am one of thousands of satisfied customers that have used United Structural Systems. This is the company in Middle Tennessee for all things, not only waterproofing, but also foundation repair and concrete leveling. If something goes wrong with your home, it does need to get fixed right away. And listen, if you need financing help, they are here to help you with 3 different options. USS, they can get you a 10% discount if you pay in full, or fix it now, pay it later with 18 months, no payment or interest, or you can choose the 36 months, no interest with low payment option for qualified homeowners. So call USS. These are great financing options. They are available for a limited time. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855. USSTN.com is the website. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Okay, so we have a stalled out vehicle. It's on 840 southbound in Lebanon and it's stalled out in the right lane, just past Stewart's Ferry Pike. Be careful. Glen Cliff, Murfreesboro Pike, westbound at Park, make that Plus Park Boulevard. Watch out for a crash in that spot, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN 615-737-9986 is the super text line. You know what's amazing, Joan, just real quick, about, was it a guy that was walking around Trump's golf course?
Yes.
And he's just walking around. He's got no golf clubs. I want to make sure that I've got it right.
Yeah.
He's got no golf clubs?
No golf clubs, a camera. I guess maybe he had his phone, so he was taking videos and photos. And then he went up to one of the plainclothes security people there, one of the Fed security people.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if that means social. I'm not sure if it means Secret Service. But he went up to one of them and said, "Hey, I'm looking for Marco Rubio. I'm a State Department employee, And they were like, that's weird because Marco Rubio isn't coming and you don't look like a State Department employee.
Right.
So they took him down.
You know, it's a good thing these people are so dumb.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Because he had some, I was listening to your report, he had some serious firepower.
He did.
So,
he really did, especially in his home. There were a lot of he had taken some shotguns and modified them in ways that are A, not legal, and B, made them more powerful. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good thing they caught him.
And his neighbors were all, they interviewed his neighbors, some of the TV stations did, and the neighbors were all like, wow, he's a really quiet guy. That's so weird. And
so weird.
Yeah.
Isn't that always
like such a nice guy.
Isn't that always a trip?
Yeah.
Where do you think they're just saying that, but to each other they're like, yeah, who didn't see that coming?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, because usually, I don't know, when somebody that I know does something like a little bizarre, I'm going to tell this one story, and then I'm going to move on. But I know a guy who currently right now is on death row in California.
Oh, okay.
Now, when he killed his girlfriend and his girlfriend's mother, I thought, you know what, that tracks. I was not shocked at all, actually, because this guy was a hothead, and he was just, I always thought that he was a little off. And so I find it hard to believe that when people say, oh, I didn't see any sign of this, I always find that hard to believe.
Yep.
But whatever.
Yep.
Whatever. And by the way, California no longer does the death penalty, so he's not ever going to face the justice that he deserves. Horrifying story. Moving right along. 6:40 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So let's do the latest in Iran. Let's get this over with. You know what? The market, I don't know what the futures are looking like right now, Joan, but you know, the market yesterday, it was holy cow, hit record highs yesterday after news of progress in the talks. But, you know, it wasn't just that. We had some earnings reports that came out as well. There's some positive news regarding Caterpillar. Remember, and we've talked about this before, where, you know, Caterpillar, they're not just considered like one company. They're considered a barometer of how the economy is doing overall. They call it a global economic barometer. And again, that is Caterpillar. And so they sell heavy equipment for construction projects. And so, yeah, they beat expectations. Yep. Now, how are the futures doing right now?
So everything looks like it's up. In fact, it's been gaining as the morning has gone on. So right now, the Dow futures are plus 192, NASDAQ futures up 35. S&P plus 28. So when trading begins, we could add to yesterday's gains.
Okay.
Now, CNBC is saying that this is all about the hope for a deal. So,
you know, I don't know where you're at with the hope for a deal. Like, are you cynical? I'm so cynical. I'm cynical.
It's hard not to be cynical, to be honest.
Sam, are you cynical?
Extremely.
Okay, so go back to sleep, Sam. All right, so we're all cynical on a deal. Donald Trump, though, he sounds hopeful, and he's also talking about how gas could go back down to $2.50.
Where the Strait is opened up, they'll never have a nuclear weapon. But if the Strait opens up, and it's partially opened anyway, and as you know, we control the Strait totally through the blockade. But if we have no friction, then oil will go down to, I think it'll go down to $2.50 a gallon, $2.50. You know, it was down to 185 before I had to make this little journey to the Islamic Republic of Iran. I had to make it. We had the best numbers that anybody's ever seen. But now you take a look with that going on. We have you just hit to get today. I think it's number 79 days. We hit an all-time stock market high. Yep. 401ks are the highest they've ever been by double and triple. Yep. And then I read where we're doing badly on the economy. By the way, job numbers. We have more people working in the United States today than ever in history. We're doing an unbelievable job.
So that is, of course, President Trump. And listen, there are positive signs on the economy. Prices are still too high and gasoline is still too high. That's the bottom line. But there are some positive signs as well. It's not all negative. And as I have said 1,000 times, don't forget what the economy was like under Joe Biden, because it was terrible, with interest rates up over 9%. If I remember, inflation was up over 9%, I meant to say. And the economy under Biden was awful. And so for us, you know, for conservatives and Republicans, I know that we're frustrated about a lot of things. Don't forget, though, how bad it could actually be. So the negotiations are continuing. There was some audio from General Jack Keane. It's terrible audio, so I'm not going to play it. But he was on Fox News, and I thought that it was interesting because he was talking about the negotiations. We all know that, and I've said this before, where it's like, okay, so the negotiations with Iran are being handled by Qatar and Pakistan. Well, whose side are they on? Because it seems to me like we know whose side they're going to be on. They're going to be on Iran's side. And so one of the things that General Jack Keane and others, by the way, have said is that we got to be careful, because when the negotiators are part of, you know, this culture of the Middle East, even though they don't like Iran, the question is, whose side are they really on? That is a question that we all, of course, have to think about. And so as these negotiations are going on, are we being led astray by Pakistan and by Qatar Now, I saw on X this morning that Pakistan is actually not part of the current negotiations. We'll have to see ultimately where these negotiations go. Clearly, though, what we need is for this to be over and over very quickly. He also questioned, by the way, Jack Keane also questioned the Saudis. I'm going to talk about that straight ahead. 6:45, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it looks like it's going to be a nice day. Some possible storms, cloudy, humid, possible showers and thunderstorms, a high around 90. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'll tell you what General Jack Kemp said about Iran coming up next. Is Jack Keane, not Jack Kemp, showing my age there. But I do want to play this audio from President Trump. He did give an interview to Fox News yesterday, and he did say some relevant things. One of the big questions is, and we all just admitted how cynical we are regarding Iran and these talks. And so the president was actually asked, okay, so President Trump, what if, yet again, these talks go south? What if these talks happen? Iran says they agreed to a deal, and then days later, they end up attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. What if this whole thing simply goes south?
Iran, as an example, will never have a nuclear weapon. They already can't, but it's going to be formal. The Strait's going to be open very soon, or they're going to get hit very hard, and then the Strait's going to be open. And we were going to a tremendous attack, the biggest since World War II. And they called me and said, very politely, please, can we talk? Can we talk? They didn't want. And I said, yes, we can talk. Let's get it done. Finally, let's get it done. This should have been done by other presidents for 50 years. You know, you keep hearing 47, but that's been for 3 years now. It's been over 50 years. Other presidents or other countries should have been able to do this. And I did something that I had to do, because if they had a nuclear weapon, this whole world would be a different place.
If they back out again, are they done?
Well, if they back out again, they're going to get hit really hard. You know, they know that. They understand that.
So it's interesting. President Trump didn't actually answer the question. The question was, if Iran fails to negotiate in good faith, if they turn their back on the negotiations, or if they come to an agreement on something, then they decide to go ahead and attack again. The direct question was, are they done? And President Trump wouldn't say that they were done. What he did say is that they'll be hit very hard. Because I think that Donald Trump ultimately, and I've said this 1,000 times, he doesn't want to kill a bunch of folks. He doesn't. We need to kill that layer of leadership within Iran, and we need to do that. How we do that is anybody's guess. I don't know if we have access to those people or if we know where those people are. But for the president, he doesn't even know, and I've said this before, but he doesn't even know if he's negotiating with the right people. One of the things, talking about General Jack Keane and what he said on Fox News, he also questioned the Saudis, and that President Trump actually shouldn't really trust the Saudis. Remember that part of this dynamic is that the Saudis are one of the nations that went to President Trump and said, don't bomb Iran. Well, part of that dynamic is that the Saudis, they don't want to be attacked by Iran. So if Donald Trump goes after Iran and bombs the living crap out of them, well, then the worry is that Iran will go after the Saudis, as they have done before. But my opinion is, you know what I'm going to say, Donald Trump does need to end this with aggression.
I have no choice. They can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. It's not like, gee, let's, think about something else. No, it should have been done by many presidents over many years, and it wasn't. And I'm doing it. Obama was taken to the cleaners. He thought he could bribe his way out. He gave them billions, tens of billions of dollars, so stupidly. $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, on a Boeing 757, an airplane loaded up with cash. They probably looked at it.
Yeah, we've all heard that story. So, part of the big frustration going on within the Trump administration right now is there are leaks within the administration. A couple of big ones, of course, and CNN running this story yet again, where this morning they're running the story that the administration is running out of military hardware. The administration is coming out now saying, no, that is not true, but that CNN and other outlets are reporting that it is true, that we're running out of bombs and missiles and so forth. So that's number one. Also, number two, details of this weekend's military strikes were also leaked. And so they do have a problem within the administration. They are trying to figure out who the leaker is. And one of the other things, and we always talk about how Iran, they will negotiate, come to an agreement, and then they'll break that agreement. And then it's just like repeat it over and over and over again. Negotiate, break the agreement, start bombing or doing whatever, saying, oh, no, we never agreed to that. And ultimately, they're just trying to buy time. The reason why they're trying to buy time, there's a lot of reasons, but I think one of them is that they're trying to make it past the midterm elections. Because after the midterm elections, their hope is that Donald Trump will be so wrapped up in investigations and impeachments thanks to the Democrats. If the Democrats end up getting back the House of Representatives, that the president won't have the brain power, if you will. He won't have the bandwidth to deal with Iran because he's going to be so wrapped up in politics here in America. So that's my opinion, part of why Iran is trying to delay this until past the midterm elections, because if the Democrats end up getting into power, they are going to wrap Donald Trump in all of these impeachments and make his life a living hell. By the way, make no mistake who Iran wants to win that Senate race, the primary in Michigan. Abdul El-Sayed is who Iran is hoping wins that seat, obviously. He is clearly anti-Israel. That is part of the Democrats' brand these days, incredibly anti-Israel. So that is where Iran stands right now. And by the way, if you're just joining us, the Michigan primary for the Democrats for the Senate, Abdul El-Sayed and his opponent, I forget her name, but they are neck and neck. I mean, it is too close to call right now. The polls have been closed for hours now, many hours. I don't know what time the polls closed last night in Michigan, but I think they are separated by, I think, about a point. I mean, it is that close, and they're still counting the ballots. And so I think the fact that Abdul El-Sayed, he was supposed to, at least I saw some polling, Joan, that said that he was supposed to run away with it. But the fact that this is so close, I think a lot of people are surprised by this. So we'll keep watching this as the news continues to develop. It is 6:53 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 7 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, in fact, I have the latest information, and it's not fake news this time. On the on the primaries there in Michigan. I've got it for you coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Now, here's what we need to do. So earlier, if you missed it, we have a new thing that Sam put together for the 5:30 Jones World thing. Sounds really good. What we need to do is have a fake news Jones fake news sounder as well. So when she reports fake news like she did earlier.
At the hands of NBC, which has called the race for El-Sayed.
Joan, one of the things that is a tenet of conservatism is taking accountability for one's actions. I'm totally kidding. I actually, to be honest, I did the same thing when I started the show at 5 o'clock. I said, actually, I think one of the things that I said was we have differing reports as to...
Yeah, you were very, Yeah. You were much more down the middle than I was.
But, I mean, fingers crossed that El-Sayed does lose. We got to go. 6:54. Sam's getting mad at us, Joan. 6:54 on
As
Super
usual.
Talk 99.7. Generator Supercenter is who I want to tell you about right now. One of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quickly. You need the Generator Supercenter. You've seen the horror stories of power being out for days or weeks at a time. Maybe you've even lived through it. The Generator Supercenter provides backup home standby generators at a terrific price and outstanding customer service. As a matter of fact, go to their website right now and find out how you can save $500. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. That's GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, and see how you can get started. Now, they feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers and electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So, bottom line is the power goes out in your neighborhood. You've got a backup power generator, so your power is going to go right back on. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Don't forget to check out their website, GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com. See how you can save $500. $6:59, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Are you coming to our big event tomorrow night? Are you? We want to see you. It's going to be in Murfreesboro at Hop Springs. Matt Murphy begins his broadcast at 3. We're going to go till at least 10. I was talking to, I think it was Matt yesterday, talking to somebody yesterday, and we may go past 10 o'clock if the race for, governor, for example, has not been decided as of yet tomorrow night. So we'll see how long we go. Well, let me rephrase that, Joan. We'll see how long the other guys go.
There you go.
Because I myself, I can promise you, I will not be there at 10 o'clock.
If you're there at 10 o'clock, I'm personally going to call you and tell you to go home because I like it better when you get sleep.
I'm a lot nicer when I get some sleep.
Yeah, for the most part.
Sometimes. Anyway, it is 7 o'clock. By the way, people joking with that whole discussion about how I know somebody on death row. One guy said, Dan's high school bully is on death row. He actually wasn't my high school bully. I just didn't like him. I didn't go to high school with him. I went to college with him. And, but anyway, whatever. So no, I had nothing to do with it. I knew him. He was an acquaintance. That's it. But I saw him in action and it was not impressive. Anyway, 7 o'clock, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for the forecast and traffic coming up in 5. Results have been coming in overnight from primaries across the country with close scrutiny on one of those races that could help to determine the path Democrats take in the fall when they hope to take back power in Washington.
The most closely watched race in Michigan. Progressive Abdul Al-Sayed and moderate Congresswoman Haley Stevens are battling for the Democratic Senate nomination in a primary seen as a fight over the party's future. Both candidates addressing their supporters overnight, with the results so far showing a tight race.
We knew that this was going to be a close race.
Turns out it takes a long time to count some votes in Michigan.
The winner faces Republican Mike Rogers in November.
And that is ABC's Karen Wah. And by the way, NBC is still saying that El Sayed has won that race. In Missouri, the squad isn't getting their Cori Bush back. She took a beating in her attempt to make a comeback, losing 59 to 37% to the incumbent Congressman Wesley Ball. Bush says she's not going anywhere.
Because what I am is that same fighter that stood up for you before. I don't have to have a title to fight for my people, St. Louis.
Bush criticized Wesley Bell for getting a boost from outside spending from pro-Israel groups. The White House has declassified information claiming the FBI opened an investigation into whether President Trump was acting as an asset for Russia when he fired FBI Director James Comey. Records show the investigation got the name Oxford Comma. It was a subcomponent of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation that failed to find collusion between the 2016 Trump campaign and the Russian government. The White House saying that neither investigation pointed to any evidence that Trump was colluding with Russia. And Hendersonville police still searching for answers in the investigation into a crash that killed a 15-year-old girl just steps away from her home. Channel 4's Amber Giant.
Here on Vaughan-Court Road, neighbors tell us that this crash happened, and police are still being very limited in the information that they're giving us. But as part of their investigation, they have been going door to door to all the houses on this court, looking for any home surveillance video to give them more information about exactly what happened.
Station Camp High School sophomore Kinsley Carter died in that wreck on Sunday. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com, and everything is pointing up, meaning that we could add to those big gains yesterday on Wall Street. The Dow futures right now plus 227. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis from Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I'm here with Chris from USS, United Structural Systems. He's checking out my basement, my foundation, my crawl space to see if there's anything wrong. Fingers crossed. All right, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is we found some cracks in my basement wall. The good news, I've got Chris here who's going to walk me through the next steps.
Yes, so unfortunately, your house has been subject to the pressure of the dirt. The hydrostatic pressure, heavy dirt pushes on foundation walls, and you've got a little bit of what we call bowing. So that wall is pushed in a little bit. we have a lifetime warranty solution for that. So we install, usually in a day or two, this can be done in most situations. We install carbon fiber straps, which keep the wall from moving inward at any point in the future. It's a lifetime warranty for anybody that ever owns this house. So it's a quick and routine thing that we do, but it yields some long-lasting benefits.
It's a great selling point if you want to sell your house.
Absolutely. Good thing about our warranties is they're not only transferable, like the contract says, they're automatically transferred when you sell your house. So you'll have to sign any paperwork or even send us an email saying that you sold your house. Warranty would transfer to the next owner.
'There is a crash. I make that a stalled out vehicle in Lebanon, and it's on I-840 in the southbound lanes just past Stewart's Ferry Pike exit 70. They're saying that the right lane is blocked off by it. There are also some delays now on the northbound side as drivers are reporting a crash instead of a stall. So anyway, it's very slow in that area, apparently in both directions, I-840 in the Stewart's Ferry Pike area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Were you surprised, Joan, that Governor Bill Lee came out and endorsed Charlie Hatcher for the 5th Congressional District over Andy Ogles?
Yeah, that's you said that there's a connection between Hatcher and Lee.
It's funny you should mention that, Joan.
Okay, so that would make sense, I guess, right?
This is Governor Lee. Listen, this is the governor endorsing Charlie Hatcher. Now, we've been talking about this race in the 5th Congressional District. So you've got Andy Ogles, of course. He is the incumbent, and Charlie Hatcher is coming on, here at the tail end of the campaign here in the primary. But he's got a lot of big PAC money. They are attacking Andy Ogles and supporting Charlie Hatcher. Now, the other day, I talked about this. I'll revisit some of that coming up for people that didn't hear it. I think there's a couple of things going on here, but this is Governor Bill Lee endorsing Charlie Hatcher for the 5th Congressional District over Andy Ogles. Can you see this? I'm getting the circle of death on my computer.
Well, it's the circle of life. It's taking a second
No, that's
to fire
not
up.
the circle of life. That is the circle of death. Is our internet down? What's fun? Do you know what's funny? Do you know what I wonder? I do honestly wonder if people who watch the stream, and then I'm going to move on, but I wonder if people who watch the stream actually think it's funny when I hit the play button and we get the circle of death. Because there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm just going to try again.
Same thing.
It's all right. We'll move on. We're not going to dwell on it. So the governor basically says, let me just pull up the story so that I can relate to you what the governor said in written form.
I'm going to do it.
Now I've got all of these things playing at once. So the governor says, Charlie Hatcher and I have been friends for 25 years. He says he was our veterinarian for 7 years. He served as my commissioner of agriculture as well. So Charlie Hatcher was part of the Lee administration, again, there is a personal connection there. He says now he is running to serve Tennessee's 5th congressional district and secure President Trump's agenda. And he says, join me in voting Hatcher for Tennessee on August 6th. So I don't know why I was surprised by that, but, you don't often see Governor Lee, and maybe he has, and I just don't remember it. But, Donald Trump has given just a full-throated endorsement of Congressman Andy Ogles. And so I was a little surprised to see that. But you know what? Knowing the governor as I do, and it's been, a couple of years since the governor has appeared on my show for whatever reason. He won't come on. That's fine. But one of the things that he says is that Charlie Hatcher, again, have been friends. Charlie Hatcher and I have been friends for 25 years. For 7 years, he served as my commissioner of agriculture. He knows Charlie. He likes Charlie, so on and so forth. The Tennessee Star says the governor's endorsement comes as the race has narrowed to single digits, with the 5th-generation dairy farmer closing the gap against the incumbent, according to a poll cited by a pro-clean energy group investing millions to see Hatcher defeat Ogles. And so this company, this organization, this political organization, they are called Investing in Tomorrow, the Invest in Tomorrow Coalition. And in total, they've given like a couple $1 million, including the latest installment, $700,000 into the race. And one of the things that I do wonder, and listen, I could be wrong on this, but, sometimes you have these organizations that want the easier to beat candidate to win the primary so that they can pick off that Republican in the general election. So this Invest in Tomorrow coalition, we don't know anything about them. Supposedly there's some sort of a clean energy organization, and they don't like the fact that Andy Ogles has voted against their clean energy initiatives. But I don't know what Charlie Hatcher's clean energy agenda is. He's conservative, but he's also a farmer. So maybe it's a little bit different from what, Andy Ogles is. But, Ogles has consistently voted against, things like the Green New Deal. But see, that's my question. Is there hijinks and shenanigans going on? Is this Invest in Tomorrow coalition? Because they don't really have much out there as far as, who are they and who do they represent, and, where does the money come from that is backing the Invest in Tomorrow coalition. So it's quite possible that this is and everybody likes to use the term shadowy when we're talking about these organizations. So this shadowy organization suddenly comes in, they put millions of dollars behind Charlie Hatcher. Then my question automatically becomes, okay, are they trying to get Ogles out of the way and bring Charlie Hatcher in so that the Democrat can defeat Hatcher then in the general election? That is just a question that I'm putting out there. And by the way, the guy who is running, and I don't have, can you look it up real quick? The mayor of Columbia, I talked about this the other day. I don't remember his name. But the mayor of Columbia is the guy that is running for the 5th, and his name is?
Chaz Mulder.
Chaz Mulder is running for, and he's going to win the primary for the Democrats. I don't even know if he's got anybody running against him. He's got a few people running, but he is clearly the favorite, and he is clearly the one that is going to win tomorrow night for the Democrats in the primary for the 5th congressional district. So that is a situation that we most certainly will be watching. It is coming up on 7:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, let's do a quick Daily Dan poll. I want to do this, and it may seem a little snarky, but whose endorsement, and you don't even have to be in the 5th to answer this question, but my question would be this: whose endorsement means more to you as a Tennessean? Donald Trump's or Governor Bill Lee's? Because Governor Lee has endorsed Charlie Hatcher and Donald Trump has endorsed Andy Ogles. I'm just curious. 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, cloudy and humid, possible showers and thunderstorms, a high of around 90. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, talking about what is going on right now in Michigan, where the Senate race for the primary for the Democrats, too close to call. And I think there's a lot of people that, like yours truly, that have been watching the Democrats and, you know, really clearly what they are suffering from is an identity crisis. And this is something that people are going to continue to be talking about. I want to play this for you. This is really interesting. This is, you know, C-SPAN. I couldn't find C-SPAN on my TV if I tried to, but there's a caller to C-SPAN, and this caller was talking about how, you know, this lifelong Democrat, and he doesn't really know what to do because of this massively leftward tilt for his party.
I'm going to be voting for Houston. I've been a lifelong Democrat, and I'm 72 years old, 72-year-old white male. And I've been a Democrat my whole life. This past primary in Ohio, I went and asked for the Republican ballot, which makes me a Republican now. There's many reasons for that. But if I could just be philosophical for just a minute, and thank you again for taking my call. This chicken, this Democratic Socialist movement, this chicken has been coming home to roost for a long, long time. And you have to go back to the source of what's going on. 35 or 40 years ago, the Democrats and Republicans together decided that they were going to shovel every job that they could shovel offshore that they did. And the ones that weren't bolted down, they shipped first, and then they've unbolted the rest of them and shipped the rest of them.
Now, you know, he's got a great point. You know, there's a lot of people and realize Donald Trump, if this guy is disengaged with the Democrat Party, you know, Donald Trump has been trying to do his level best through the tariffs to bring manufacturing jobs back to America. But this guy, again, clearly disgruntled. Again, this is on C-SPAN.
So if you're a young person in this country, we don't make any textiles. We don't make any electronics. We don't make hardly any cars. We don't make hardly any pharmaceuticals. And so you've got a lot of young people who are seeing this wage gap. And by the way, I'm a Republican, and you're seeing this income gap. And so essentially they're fair game for this movement. They see this movement as an opportunity, if not to gain back some credibility or some life, a better life. They look at it as a way to burn the system down.
People are angry. Like I think, and Chris Hand and I have talked about this many times, where you have a younger Republican party, you know, the younger adults in the Republican Party, certain segment of them are really angry for a lot of different reasons. But one of the big ones is because, and Donald Trump played right into it, where Donald Trump said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna bring a bunch of Chinese into America," and we all know that those Chinese that come into America will be competing with young Americans for jobs, or we're sending those jobs overseas. Like this guy said, it's not just the manufacturing jobs, it's the IT jobs as well. So there's a reason why both Republicans and Democrats are really ticked off. Now, the Republicans don't hate America. I think they're angry, but they don't hate America like the Democrats do. And of course, the Democrats, they don't like America. They don't like Israel. They frankly don't like anything other than, the Quran and anything anti-Israel and anything communist and socialist. That's what they embrace. That's what the Democrats embrace. The Republicans, all the Republicans want is a fair shot. Do you know how many conversations, and I shouldn't get off on a tangent, but do you know how many conversations I have had with people my age, right? I'm 58. I've had conversations with people my age about their kids and their inability to find a job because of all of that outsourcing or allowing all of these, foreign students and these foreign workers to come into America. And I think Donald Trump was stunned when he saw so much pushback when he came out and he said, what was it? Was it 500,000 Chinese students he was going to allow into our country? And people, including, by the way, yours truly, lost his ever-loving mind. So when you hear people say, well, you know, I don't have a party to go to because of the fact that the Democrats, you know, they have gone off the deep end, and the Republicans have lost my vote too, because it feels like they're not necessarily looking out for us, for Americans at times. And I've also spoken to young adults who feel the same way because they've lived it. So you got the adults who have paid for their kids' college education only to see them graduate and they can't find a job because of just those kinds of policies. I love what Bill Maher had to say. This is him talking about why it is that he could not be voting for the Democrats this time around.
Last month, 2 Democratic congressmen released an open pledge they wanted their fellow Democratic members to sign. It said, "We are capitalist, not socialist. We want safety, not lawlessness. We are proud, not ashamed of America." These should not be hard words for a congressional Democrat to sign on to. You know how many did? 8. 8 out of 212.
Yeah.
Guys, really, there's got to be an easier way to lose the swing states. I would vote for Sarah Palin before this.
I mean, listen, so if you go down who, and you may have to help me here, Joan and Sam, what Democrats have left the Democrat Party? Who am I missing? You got Bill Maher. You got John Fetterman, who, I mean, he's considering leaving the Democrat Party. You've got Bill Maher. You've got John Fetterman. You have Joe Manchin. There's more. Sam, you got him? Because I know that there's more.
Some actor. Excuse me.
Some actor. Sure wasn't Robert De Niro. And Robert De Niro, we don't want him.
Former DNC chair Jamie Harrison rebuked the DSA-aligned candidates. Representative Josh Gottenheimer, Democrat from New Jersey. Rep. Richie Torres, Democrat, New York. Rep. Tom Suzy, Democrat, New York. Some of these actual, elected officials have come out speaking against it. And Suzy and Torres, I believe, or Suzy was the one that authored that statement about, what they believe and everything.
Yeah, I remember that. Well, this is Joe Manchin. This went somewhat viral when he was on. You remember Joe Manchin, the former, I think he was a governor, but he was also a senator, of course, for the state of West Virginia. And he was aghast that Margaret Brennan was defending socialism.
Heather, could you ever support a self-described socialist candidate?
No. No way. My God, no.
And even if they have some good ideas?
I support the good ideas, but how could you support some of the crazy stuff they're for? Have you seen their platform? They're for dismantling everything that we know.
Do you know what I would ask Margaret Brennan? What good ideas? So if you, and listen, I could be wrong on this. So you look at Abdul El-Sayed. Does he have one good idea? He may. I'm just telling you, maybe he does, and I just don't know it. So I see Sam Googling over there what it is. Do these DSAs, do they have any good ideas? Is there one good idea that they have in their platform that you may agree with? I mean, maybe it's a higher minimum wage. Maybe it's, health benefits for all, courtesy of the federal government.
Abolishing ICE.
Maybe you agree with abolishing. I don't know. I'm trying to think of maybe one thing that they stand for.
Or abolishing the Senate. That's a good idea.
Abolishing the presidency, Joan.
Yeah.
Whether it be the structure of government, Congress itself, or the Senate they want to get rid of. And then they start talking about all the crazy things. No police, no this, no that. Mm-hmm. Are you crazy? We want a crime-free area. We have to have police for that. Yes. We want a strong defense. We want a strong border. But if Democrats can't say that, and they start lining up with the socialist demands about what you are to be a socialist, energy will be gone. There'll be no energy, okay? We have right now a tremendous amount of energy we're producing, and the world depends more on us than ever before. Mm-hmm. But we can do more.
All right, so I know one, Joan, and I'm being serious. I know one that a lot of people would agree with the DSA on, the Democrat Socialists of America, and that would be Israel.
Okay.
So there's a lot of, and every time Israel comes up, and I show even a modicum of support for Israel, I get people like hammering me on the text line, castigating Israel. Listen, I'm right there with you. I've been looking side-eyed Benjamin Netanyahu for a little bit now. I've been frustrated with him. I've been frustrated with some of the things that he has done. That doesn't mean, though, that I agree with Abdul El-Sayed and the Democrat Socialists of America on Israel. However, I'm not supportive of the destruction of Israel, which is what these Democrats are adhering to.
I found one thing we might agree with him on.
What's that?
Data center guardrails requiring zero rate hike guarantees, so everyday ratepayers do not subsidize energy costs for data centers. I mean, we're doing that here in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So that's a nonpartisan issue.
There are some things that are nonpartisan. The problem is, though, is when you're so bat crap crazy that these are the things that people talk about. These are the things, that we just mentioned. These are the things that people truly talk about and take over your campaign, because that is ultimately what they are campaigning on. And if they're going to complain, well, you're just talking about the outrageous stuff. Well, you're the ones that put it in your platform. So obviously you stand by it and you've got to defend it. Running late, 7:26, Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, the potential threat, the newest one to President Trump's life that has been averted. It's coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. If you've been suffering from chronic back pain, neck pain, or knee pain, they can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee. Whether it's non-surgical spinal decompression or the brand new Medical Bay One, they've always got the latest and greatest technology to help get you off the sidelines and back in the game. Now, they did it for me years ago. They can do it for you today. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Now, this Medical Bay One, it is fascinating. Right now, they've got a great deal going on. You mention my name, you get $33 off each and every visit. Again, when you mention my name, if you want to use Medical Bay One, it is the Epic Spinal Special. Now, you may ask, what is Medical Bay One? It uses red light technology and stem cell stimulation for tissue regeneration and healing. So have an active summer heading into fall and feel like the person you used to be, courtesy of the Wellness Institute of Nashville, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. $7.28. Tighten that up, man, will you? Come on. $7.28. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for Window Nation. If you're thinking of replacing your AC, check out your windows first, because drafty windows force your AC to work overtime. So new windows from Window Nation help keep your home comfortable and reduces the strain on your HVAC. Now, the pros at Window Nation, they can help you get new energy-efficient windows and at a great price. You could get 50% off all window styles. You could get $0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. That is why they've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Window Nation, don't forget that great deal going on right now. You mention my name, you get 50% off all window styles, $0 for your down payment, and no payments or interest for 2 years. Find them online at windownation.com. Window Nation is a proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project. windownation.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A man's been arrested after scoping out President Trump's Los Angeles golf course ahead of the president's visit there. Janine John Tail approached plainclothes federal agents. Here's Lucy Perez at CBS News.
CBS News sources say Taylor falsely identified himself as a U.S. State Department employee, saying he needed to see Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Staff alerted U.S. Secret Service personnel. Rubio not even on this trip with Trump. Agents then spotted Taylor taking photos and videos of security planning at the site ahead of the president's visit. Sheriff's deputies detained Taylor and said he was carrying a 16-round magazine of hollow point ammo. And in his parked car, they found a loaded gun and more ammunition.
And inside his home, more modified guns, ammo, and body armor, along with notebooks containing what investigators call concerning statements. He's being held on $250,000 bail. 3 days after that deadly crash on Lower Broadway, we are learning more about a mom from Decatur County. She was one of the most seriously hurt in that crash, and she's still fighting for her life. Here's Channel 4's Steve Maylay.
Family friends tell me that Diane Cooper is truly one of a kind. She was crossing this 4th Avenue crosswalk on Saturday when that car came through, hitting her and a couple other pedestrians who were just crossing the road. And while doctors have stabilized her for now, I'm told by these family friends that she still has a long road to recovery ahead of her.
And Diane Cooper's family is asking for prayers. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, we have a stalled out vehicle still causing problems on I-840. It's in the southbound lanes in Lebanon past Stewart's Ferry Pike. Also, Public Square, James Robertson Parkway, a crash involving injuries at 2nd Avenue North. There's an accident in Cane Ridge on Old Hickory Boulevard at Firestone Parkway. And then one in Midtown on West End Avenue at 19th Avenue South. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:38 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan.
Yes.
Harry Enton, it looks like his head is about to explode on CNN.
Oh.
So he's talking about the Michigan Senate race. New York Times is now reporting that El Said has a slight lead over Stevens. So nothing has been called yet.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many actual ballots they've actually counted or are left to be counted. But that's what they're saying now, is that El Said, and we've been watching this all morning long, is that it is possibly, he's a little bit in the lead. Just a little bit. We're pulling for Steve. Well, you know what? Here's the deal. Who you rooting for?
Yeah, right.
Like, because I'm like, on the one hand, I don't want Said to win, but on the other hand, I do want him to win because that will further define the Democrats.
So here's something to think about, though, right? So who is he going to oppose? He's going to oppose Mike Rogers,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Suppose it becomes the two of them in the race and something happens to Mike Rogers during the campaign.
What would happen to him?
He has a heart attack and dies. Like, let's just go there, right?
Now, since you said it, Joan.
Well, but I'm just... So, I mean, you have to play it out to its end.
The Republicans would have somebody else run.
They would, but would they have somebody as strong as Mike Rogers?
48.5% to Stevens, 47.5%.
Oh.
That is just, but they're not calling it. They're not.
So it makes you wonder. I ran it through Gemini, Google's AI, and it said, I said, who won the Michigan Senate primary? And it spit out Abdul. And it's citing NBC. So it makes you wonder, if they're not going to issue a correction, what do they know?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you, by the way, plug into that? Will Mike Rogers have a heart attack in the next 3 months? Joan.
No, look, these are the things that I think of, right?
No, it's all good.
Because Mike Rogers is a strong candidate. He's got the backing of President Trump. And I'm not saying that the next person won't, but I just feel like it could upend the race in a bad way for Republicans if something happens to him, and then there's El Sayed standing there saying, I got this.
Yeah.
Have a history of heart disease.
By the way.
Oh, my gosh.
See what you started, Joan?
I know.
Have you heard the story? Have you heard the story just real quick? And then I'm going to get to some hate mail.
Yay.
Have you heard the story of, because we were talking about Sophie Cunningham earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that she played on the boys football team?
Oh, get out.
Have you heard this story?
No.
So apparently she was a multi-sport athlete at Rockbridge High School in Columbia, Missouri. In her senior year of 2014, the boys varsity football team's regular kicker tore his ACL just before the playoffs. So she goes and she kind of like tries out.
Actually, someone exposed it. She impressed coaches by nailing a 45-yard field goal during a rival school's halftime kicking contest while wearing a walking boot for a stress fracture.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so they recruited her and they said, "Hey, our kicker is out with a torn ACLU. So can you kick for the team?"
Did you just say ACLU?
He did.
Did I say ACLU? Of course I did.
I wish that would get torn.
ACL. Yes, I wish the ACLU would get torn as well, Sam. Good one. ACL. And that's pretty funny. Anyway, so she agreed, completed the required practices, suited up, and converted extra points, becoming the first girl in school history to score for the varsity football team. I think that's great. Sam was poo-pooing that story during the break.
I wasn't poo-pooing it.
Oh, Sam.
But
you were.
During one memorable game, she hit a key kick on the same night she was crowned homecoming queen.
Nice.
At some point, we'll find something that we don't like about Sophie Cunningham.
But it's not going to be today.
It's not going to be today. All right, so
Hold on. Not everybody heard her sing, you know. Not everybody was awake at 5:30 this morning to hear Sophie Cunningham sing.
Okay, so let me pull it up real quick.
I already have it. I am so way ahead of you, Dan.
Are you? All right, here we go.
Deep down, I know this never works, but you can lay with me so it doesn't hurt. Oh, won't you stay with me? 'Cause you're all I need.
Amazing, right?
I mean, is there anything that she can't do?
I don't think so.
No, it's
She's
very,
also
very
stunningly
impressive.
beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she's just got everything.
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about her looks. I mean, that I would never want to. No,
I'm gonna do it.
I'm not. No. That's okay. Although she is quite fetching. I will
And
say
she's
that.
got a great point. When she points at somebody.
Oh yes, when she points at somebody, absolutely.
Yes.
And you know what? Oddly enough, Joan, when she talks about how men don't belong in women's sports, she also has a great point.
She does.
See that whole double entendre thing that we
Got
just
you.
did?
It was brilliant, Dan. It was brilliant.
Did you see what happened in Ceuta?
No. Like what new?
Oh, this is so funny. All right. Details coming up. And yes, I'll get to my hate mail as well. So straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News, 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. $7:45 as far as your weather goes. It's going to be a nice day today. I guess nice-ish. Cloudy and humid, possible showers and thunderstorms, a high of around 90 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. I'm having a stroke. That's what I'm having a stroke
It's the
today.
only
That's what it is.
explanation.
4702 says, well, Dan, you know what I like about 4702? Every text that I get from 4702 starts with, well, Dan. Every single one.
Knows how to get your attention.
Do you know what's going to be funny? If Marsha Blackburn ends up as the governor,
then you can say you've been well danned by the governor of Tennessee.
I can say that I've been well danned by the governor of Tennessee. She's 4702. Well, Dan, that Daily Dan poll is probably why Governor Lee hasn't been on your show for a couple of years. No, he's mad at me over the whole red flag thing that he tried to do a while ago, because I came out against that. And ever since then, man, it has been radio silence from Governor Lee, which is fine, because you know what? Oddly enough, I'm doing just fine without the governor coming on my show. Somebody, though, what was I going to do? Oh, Ceuta. So a couple of things are going on in Ceuta. Y'all know what's going on in Ceuta with the Moroccans, and they were able to get a bunch of these, crazed radical jihadists out of Ceuta. But there's still probably a few thousand left. Yesterday, we told you about Nick Shirley, how he went to Ceuta and he was documenting on everything, and the poor guy almost got knifed. Remember that whole thing? We talked about that yesterday. So now you've got the media in Morocco and in Spain, and they are staging photographs. And so now they're staging this photograph. There's a couple of photographs that they've been staging. Number one is a kid, like a teenager, looking sort of forlorn and desperate on a rock on the beach. Totally staged. Whole thing was staged to promote a narrative that, they're desperate and they're looking for a place to call home. And the whole thing was staged. There's another thing that is on X right now, where you've got this narrative, this story that all of these Moroccans are starving, all these young fighting age males. They're not starving. They actually look really healthy. And they, again, look like fighting age males, which is exactly what they are. So part of what's going on in Ceuta is they're trying to portray these people as like refugees kind of a thing, as opposed to what they have been doing, which is literally trying to take over and effectively steal Ceuta, which is a territory of Spain, from Spain. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. So anyway, there's just, for the media out there in Morocco and in Ceuta, they're trying to portray this narrative that these people are desperate, and they're really not. They came into that country, they came into that territory, they're burning cars, they're assaulting people, they're trying to break into people's homes as well, and that's why they need to get the military in force in there and get those people out of there and send their butts back to Morocco. All right, so a guy said to me on the super text line, let me see if I can find it, because I think there's so many that are coming in today. But I'm going to paraphrase. The guy was upset with me because I'm being so critical of Democrats. He says Democrats don't hate. Okay, this is what he said. Democrats don't hate America. I would ask this question because, you know what? Maybe it's unfair of me to say that Democrats hate America. I don't think that I'm far off, because when you want to change everything about America, then that tells me that you hate America, right? If you want to eliminate the presidency, if you want to eliminate our military, if you want to eliminate law enforcement, heck, if you want open borders and you want millions of migrants and illegal aliens to come into our country, to me, you want to fundamentally change America. To me, that means that you hate America. Am I wrong on this, Sam?
No.
Am I wrong on this, Joan?
I don't think so.
Don't forget, no jails, no prisons, right?
No jails, no prisons. So yeah, when you want to fundamentally change America and you want to change it for the worse, I'm not even talking about Israel, because the guy also said that, you know, the Democrats don't hate Israel. Actually, a lot of Democrats do hate Israel. I'm not going to say all Democrats, but by and large, there's a lot of Democrats that don't like Israel. They promote the boycott, divest, and sanction movement within their Democrat Party. That is a big deal within the Democrats. Guess what? You've got all of these new socialists and communists that are being elected into the Democrat Party in these primaries. And one of the main things that they're running on is a hatred of Israel and an opposition to Israel. And yes, there's a lot of Republicans that don't like Israel either at this point. I completely acknowledge that. I don't know. Do we need to do a Daily Dan poll and ask people, do they believe that the Democrats hate the United States of America?
Kind of an easy toss-up for them.
Do you think it's an easy toss-up?
Yeah.
You think we need to do a Daily Dan poll for something so obvious as the Democrats hate America?
It's like a T-ball swing.
Well,
is it a T-ball swing?
You could phrase it differently.
Okay, how should we phrase it, Joan?
So it could be,
how much do the Democrats hate America?
No. Is it that the Democrats hate America, or the Democrats just have a different idea of how the United States should be run? Or the Democrats' ideas are justified. All right, never mind.
I was about to say, that's the mom and
everything
you
I
trying to
just
give it
said.
a chance.
Yeah, I was just trying to give it a chance.
You'll notice I was like silent during that whole thing.
You let me just walk right into it.
I can see Joan with, you know, the spinning the spiral death thing that we see when our computers don't work.
In my eyes, yeah.
By the way, so we did ask a question because I was talking earlier. Governor Lee has come out and he has now endorsed Charlie Hatcher in the 5th against Andy Ogles. And this comes as there's this shadowy group that has gone in to donate a couple $1 million to Charlie Hatcher's campaign. I mean, it's a PAC, so they're going against Andy Ogles and for Charlie Hatcher. I think that they're trying to get, in my opinion, and I like Charlie, I think they're trying to get the weaker candidate to win in the primary so that Chaz Mulder, the Democrat, can win in the 5th. The Democrats, and I've explained this, the Democrats have fully targeted the 5th congressional district as one that they believe that they can flip from Republican to Democrat, and they believe that they can beat Charlie Hatcher more than Andy Ogles. So that's just what I think, and I like Charlie a lot. But the question was, okay, you've got Andy Ogles, who was he was endorsed by President Trump. You've got Governor Bill Lee, who endorsed Hatcher. So what are people saying on the super text line? I should say on the Daily Dan poll.
Whose endorsement means more to you? President Trump's, with an 88% polling lead.
So clearly, this audience feels like they can trust Donald Trump with an endorsement more than Governor Bill Lee. All right, very good. It is 7:53. Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, DC Blocks is closer to losing its property next to the zoo. We'll tell you why coming up at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, I got it. I got it, Joan. Here's how we do the Daily Dan poll on Do the Democrats Hate America? This is exactly what you were looking for.
Okay.
How long have the Democrats hated America? That could be the poll.
Okay.
Has it only been 6 months? Has it been a year? Does it go all the way back to Barack Hussein Obama? How far back does it go?
Yeah.
We could do that. 7:54. Nashville's Morning News. The summer heat can wear anybody out, but if you've been feeling drained, even with the AC on, it may not actually be the heat. Now, 1 in 4 men from the age of 35 to age 50 have low testosterone and low levels of energy and sex drive and motivation and mood and a whole lot more. Low T, it drains your energy and your motivation. So you don't have energy for the things that you love, and you might even stop recognizing yourself. So get the answers you need this summer for free, because at Low T Center, you can book a free testosterone test and get a consultation from licensed providers who specialize in testosterone replacement therapy. Explore a range of peptides and even get a jump on that summer body with GLP-1s and medical weight loss protocols. Low T Center has been the #1 name in TRT since 2009 for a reason. So don't spend another day wondering why you don't feel like yourself. Visit fixmylowt.com to schedule your free testosterone test today. That's fixmylowt.com.
The guaranteed offer is the simplest, least stressful way to sell your home. You go to our website, you fill out a quick form, we set an appointment, we bring you an all-cash offer. Literally, there's no lockbox on the front of your house, there's no showings, we pay all cash, we close in as little as 21 days, stress-free. We've helped thousands of homeowners just like you sell your home the hassle-free way with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy with Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and this morning we are out and about at my house, my brand new house that I've been talking about on the radio, with Nate from USS. What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm excellent. How about you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
We invited Nate out. Now, obviously, when you're a new homeowner, especially when you buy a house that's got a few years on it, you don't know what you're dealing with in terms of foundation. And I know that Nate knows a lot more about what I don't see and what I don't know about than I do. So bring the experts out and get them to check out your house. Hey guys, Matt Murphy again with Nate with USS, and Nate has just wrapped up kind of a look at the house. And Nate, what'd you find?
Well, your house is in pretty good shape for the age of it. I had to look pretty hard to find it.
Okay.
Your house being on a slope like it is here, I think we could do a lot of good by trying to terminate your downspouts a little
Okay.
further from the house there.
Okay.
Roof water is the killer of foundations, and so if we can just get it to a positive grade to drain away from your house, I think that's real cheap insurance.
You want to kind of get it out and downhill.
That's right. Yeah.
That's
So
the idea.
make sure that it doesn't come right back down towards the foundation walls and causing issues, settlement or leakage.
Now, if folks are watching this video and they are like, we need to get Nate out to the house to do a look. I mean, I watched you do it. It's, 30, 45 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
To do a comprehensive kind of an examination around the house. And they just give you a call and schedule?
Yeah, absolutely. You can call our main phone number, or you can call reach USSTN.com and schedule right through the website there. Our girls in the call center will get back to you just about immediately, as long as it's during business hours. So
this just makes a lot of sense, folks, for you guys to do an examination of your house like we've done, to check it out. I'm going to get those gutters done with Nate and his team at USS, and then we'll do a video and let you know how those look.
7:58, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, and Nashville's Morning News. Super text line very active today. Thank you for that. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Do you know, yesterday, Joan, I don't know if you had a chance to look at some of the photos that people sent in yesterday.
Oh, I did. I love that.
Wasn't that kind of a cool thing?
Yeah.
I want to try to do this. And I think I might have time today. I was so busy yesterday. But I think what I want to do is I want to go home and grab a bunch of those photos. Can we do this, Sam? Grab some of those photos that people sent in.
I see. When you say, I want to do this, you bring Sam in.
No, I want to make sure that we can.
I mean, do you check the super text line at home?
I don't, but I can.
Yeah.
And so what I want to do is grab a bunch of those photos and run them when we're on commercials. Because I can put together like a little video and I can have all of the photo. Can we do that?
Idea.
Yeah.
I might do that. I'm going to try to get it done for Friday. So that might be, I'm going to try to do it. I'm going to do some today. I'm going to go way back and I'm going to try to get some of your photos.
Just don't put any music in it because people will feel divided in the chat on hating the music or loving it.
So it has to be silent? That's silly.
That is silly.
Listen, we have tried to appease the live streamers with a Be Right Back screen that has a nice jazzy elevator music background to it, but we can't. It shall not be tamed.
Okay, well, whatever. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Maybe I'll.
Why don't you sing, Dan?
You know what? We'll play Sophie Cunningham in the background.
Oh, okay.
We'll just play her on like a loop. Is what we'll do. Anyway, so look forward to that on Friday during the commercial breaks on YouTube, and it is 8:00. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8:00 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories and your forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Nashville Metro Council has given the green light to using eminent domain to stop the construction of a data center next to the Nashville Zoo. Here's News 2's Maggie Weaver.
Tonight's vote followed hours of debate, and this discussion continued well past midnight. In a 27-5 vote, Metro Council approved giving the city the authority to negotiate for, or if needed, pursue eminent domain on the property next to the Nashville Zoo. Now, council members emphasized the vote does not automatically take this land. Instead, it allows Metro Legal to move forward with those negotiations while keeping condemnation as an option.
Now, according to the Davidson County Register of Deeds, DC Blocks purchased that land near the zoo for $23 million. A Tennessee death row inmate is suing the state corrections department over its privacy policies. John Bain was convicted for killing a 60-year-old man in Shelby County during a robbery in 1988. Now he wants to be able to receive the sacrament of confession in private.
The lawsuit claims TDOC restricts their communications to recorded phone lines or in-person visits where others may be able to hear them. The complaint also argues a confession could include admissions about uncharged crimes, prison rule violations, or information related to ongoing legal challenges.
That's News 2's Kelly Milan. Now, Bain is asking a federal judge to order Tennessee to allow private confidential communications with his so-called spiritual advisor. He also wants monetary damages and attorney's fees. The Federal Aviation Administration is reviewing an incident involving President Trump's helicopter, Marine One. NBC is reporting that chopper took off from the White House yesterday afternoon, but air traffic controllers had not halted commercial flights at nearby Ronald Reagan Airport. Halting flights became a policy last year after that fatal collision between a helicopter and an airplane over the Potomac River. In yesterday's incident, a regional jet owned by American Airlines didn't maintain the required separation of 1.5 miles horizontally and 500 feet vertically. Both the jet and the Marine One landed safely. And there's another foodborne illness that has forced changes to the menu at a fast food chain.
First, it was cyclosporiasis linked to lettuce at Taco Bell. Now, Chipotle Mexican Grill has removed jalapenos from its restaurants nationwide after a salmonella outbreak in Minnesota sickened more than 100 people. Investigations are going on in other states where the peppers might have been distributed.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Looks like we will add to our gains yesterday when the market opens. The Dow futures right now are plus 212. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's a crash in Mount Juliet on 40 westbound at the Wilson-Davidson County line, and traffic is backed up because of it. Cane Ridge, Old Hickory Boulevard northbound at Firestone Parkway, there's a crash as well. At the airport, Briley Parkway southbound, a crash at the on-ramp from Murfreesboro Pike. One in Jolton on 24 East past Whites Creek Pike. And one more in Blackman on I-840, the eastbound side just before I-24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:07 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and I hope you are doing well. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. So all eyes, Joan, are on two places.
Yeah.
Michigan.
Right.
And Iran.
Okay.
So we got a couple of big stories that, we've been following all day today. Number one, again, who is winning in the Michigan Senate primary? So we have that. And number two is all eyes are on Iran because according to Trey Yingst, we may actually have some sort of a deal to open the Strait of Hormuz, he says, as early as today. Real quickly, before I play that audio from Trey Yingst, where are we as far as the market goes right now? It's not open yet. I don't think. Is it open yet?
It's open in 22 minutes.
Okay, it opens at 8:30 our time. So what shows you how close I pay attention to the market. But how are the futures looking?
They look fairly good. Now, you would expect on a day after huge wins in the market that the next day people would be taking some of the money out of the stock market. So, but right now the Dow futures are plus 214, the Nasdaq futures up 55, S&P futures up 34. So it looks like at the start things are going to improve, even on those gains yesterday. Also. Oil, however, is at, Brent crude is trading at $80.58 a barrel. That's a little bit higher, but that's because the Houthis said that they struck a Saudi oil tanker. Yep. So, things are a little bit weird right now there.
The Houthis are, of course, funded by Iran. See, this is the problem. That's why, earlier we were talking about how cynical I am, and we all are. Where when we hear Donald Trump say, we're close to a deal, and
you're doing
then
the hand thing.
I am doing the hand thing. That's what I do. And it'll be 3-4 days, and then Iran sends the Houthis to bomb Saudi Arabia, or Hezbollah will start bombing Israel, and then Israel has to bomb back, and it gets a little old.
It does, but we're going to hold out hope that this is the time.
Listen, we are holding out hope, and Trey Yingst is excited.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. President Trump indicated that a deal with Iran could happen as early as today. Speaking with Fox News, the president said that talks took place all day on Tuesday and that things are looking very good. He told Trace Gallagher what will happen if the Iranians back out of this agreement.
Other presidents or other countries should have been able to do this. And I did something that I had to do, because if they had a nuclear weapon, this whole world would be a different place.
If they back out again, are they done?
Well, if they back out again, they're going to get hit really hard. They know that. They understand that.
Do they, though? Does Iran know that? Because it seems to me like we have been waiting for them to be done for a long time. So, that's part of the news cycle today. And by the way, yes, it would be very exciting if the Strait of Hormuz was opened and remained opened, and that is what we all hope. But, and not to be a Danny Downer, I'm very excited that, oil prices may go down. I'm very excited about the stock market, and it's doing so well. We had that great earnings report yesterday as well. So there are some things that are looking good in our economy, and I'm all very excited about it. But, okay, so if the excitement is over the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, well, we had that before this whole thing started. So hopefully a negotiation will happen, and hopefully we'll be able to, at some point, reach a conclusion to this whole thing, because as we've all been talking about, it's getting a little long. And, with all of the, it's the best way to say this, with a lot of the successes with the economy here in the last 24 to 48 hours, stuff is still too high. We still have groceries that are too high. So, but Donald Trump is working on it. See, that's the thing. You remember when Joe Biden, I mentioned this earlier, but when Biden was president, things would be high. You'd have inflation up over 9%, and they would deny that it was bad. And then they would say, well, it's only, transitory, right? Remember that whole thing? And the reality was that they were not taking into account how frustrated the American people were. And nothing will irritate us more than a politician who is, living on our dime in the White House, or, some of these folks in the Senate or the House of Representatives, and they try to tell us, well, things aren't really all that bad. Really? Please tell us, how are things not that bad? Now, Donald Trump, he's not doing that. At least he is trying to fix it. That's number one. Number two, just so you know, I'm not being a Danny Downer today on Donald Trump. I'm actually hoping that this whole thing is about to come to an end. But the other thing is that the Trump administration trying to fix it. The Biden administration did not try to fix the economy. It just sort of, eventually it corrected. But that is what we're trying to do now with President Trump. He's trying to get things back open in the Strait of Hormuz, but there's a lot of complications. I mean, we'll have to see what happens. It would be nice to see gas prices go back down, but we all know that Iran is not negotiating in good faith. They cannot be they cannot be trusted. A lot is being made, by the way, of the Islamic takeover of the Democrat Party. Now, it is true. What is the DSA all about? Anti-Israel, right? So we have every single candidate for various offices connected to the DSA, which is, of course, again, owning the Democrat Party. They're all harshly anti-Israel. And we've been talking about this kind of off and on today. But, some like Abdul El-Sayed, they're pro-Hamas. And their affiliation with Hassan Piker, a guy who said that America deserved 9/11 and wants America's streets filled with conservative blood. He really does personify that point. I want to play something for you, and it is very disturbing. It is a guy in McKinney, Texas, and I don't know if you've seen or heard this before, but it's a guy in McKinney, Texas, and he has stood up and is speaking the truth about what is happening to America in places like Texas, as they have this infusion of Muslims coming into their state. Details straight ahead, 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be a nice day today. I'm saying it's a nice day. I know that it's supposed to rain a little bit, but cloudy, humid, possible showers and thunderstorms. I actually like that kind of weather. High around 90 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So this was in Texas, and this was in McKinney, Texas. And this guy apparently is from Iran. And he calls himself a Sharia survivor. His name is Ari Issa, Issa, and he is trying to warn, the city council and people there in Texas, what is going on in McKinney, Texas, what happened, and his experiences under Sharia law.
Hello, my name is Ari Issa. I'm a Sharia law survivor from Iran. And I'm here to tell you, this is a dangerous ideology you're allowing in their country. Every country that is Islamic now, it used to be a Christian country. And we were soft Christians, and we allowed these people to come in, bring their Sharia law into their countries and slowly kill us off left and right. Let me make it very clear to you. Christianity is a personal relationship with God, where it says, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, render unto God what is God's. Islam is Sharia law, deen wa dawah, religion and state, which is not even compatible with the American thing. And when these people will use taqiyya to lie to you, to manipulate you, because whenever Islam is little, they will lie to you and tell you they come in peace. This is level 1. Level 2 is what's happening in UK right now.
Yep, I mean, that is so important. And the reason, I realize this might be a little harsh for morning drive, but this is really important because he's about to tell you what we have been talking about for, years now, when they had the invasion of Europe and what is happening in Europe and how the Muslims that are in Europe, they will literally tell you to your face that Europe is theirs now. Germany is theirs now. France is theirs now. They've said that. And the media won't allow them to, the media won't allow Europeans who were born in Europe to talk about it. And they'll shut you off of social media. Some people even arrested if they get on social media and they say, look at what's happening with the grooming gangs, etc. This guy knows. He's lived through it. And so this is obviously, number one, it is a big problem there in Europe, but it's becoming a bigger problem here.
Yeah, and it's not just that it's migrants moving there, right? What's happening in Europe has been generational and it's been intentional.
Well, now they're
being born and bred there.
You've got the Muslims that came in, 10, 15, 20 years ago, and now they're having kids or they've had kids and they've been teaching their kids to hate Europe or to hate America, and that is part of the takeover.
Where you have two-tier policing, where you have like the blasphemy laws, Islamophobia, racism, all this nonsense that they talk about. First of all, Islam is not a race. So anytime you criticize Islam, they will use the race card. But every country has this disgusting ideology inside their country, including my own country, Iran, Russia. Islamophobia is another made-up bullshit because they.
Take that down. He got very excited and angry, and he utilized a little curse word, which we had to dump. See, now I know how Joan feels.
Yeah.
You know what? I was supposed to stop it, and I got so involved in what he was saying. I was supposed to stop it before the curse word.
I cut my finger trying to get to the dump button.
So my apologies. Joan, I'm no longer allowed to make fun of you for letting not one, but two curse words go through in that one segment. Luckily, we were able to get both.
I feel vindicated.
Joan Jones is now vindicated. Yes, indeed. But you know what? I get why this guy is so upset. I'd be willing to bet that there are people in Dearborn, Michigan, who were like born in Dearborn, Michigan, and they look around, and Dearborn is now lost. Clearly we know, but they look around and it's like, what in the world happened to our town? What happened? Where did America go? Because I think isn't Dearborn the number one county or city, if you will, for Muslims? Like, isn't that the most Muslims live in that one area of Dearborn, Michigan? And it's scary. And so there's probably people there in Dearborn who grew up in Dearborn that is like, what in the world happened to our country? So that guy was, before he cursed, he was from Iran, and he was talking about a number of different concepts that we talk about all the time here, on my show or on WTN, on some of the shows, generally speaking, where we talk about the concept of taqiyya. We talk about, how they come into an area and they essentially want to take over. They like to scream racism if you're calling out Sharia law. It's all... For us, it's pretty standard. We talk about this stuff all the time, but these are the kind of things that people need to be aware of. This is a woman. She's also Iranian, and she is a former. I'm not exactly sure what her name is, but I think her last name is Hamari, and she apparently was a former Canadian politician. But I've become a follower of hers because she does call out, for example, Iran. And here's part of what she said. Okay, very good. Here we go.
Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East. No one in the Middle East actually blocks intersections to pray in the streets and yell Allahu Akbar. The reason that they do it in your countries is because they're trying to assert their religious dominance over you and claim your country and turn it into Sharia law. Now you know.
There you go. Now we know. All right, it is 8:22, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I like her, and I wish I could. Yeah. She comes on my feed, and I'm trying to figure out how to follow her. I guess she's on TikTok. And I'm not really on TikTok, but anyway, she's great. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to repost both of those on my socials at Dan Mandis Show. 8:22. Joan's got the news coming up at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, we're going to tell you why the moon has a new crater this morning. It does. That story is coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Why, yes, I'd like to go. But we've got the crisscross handoff coming up, and then I'll be going.
I'm going to do it.
It's exactly right. I'm going to hit the road, Jack or Dan.
Don't you come back no more, no more.
Well, I got to be back tomorrow.
Okay.
Unless there's something that I don't know, which these days could very possibly happen. Hey.
I saw an empty box by your...
Did you see another empty box by my locker like the other day?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
They're trying to tell you something.
All right, very good. So it is 8:29 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Don't forget, tomorrow it is the big day. Of course, it is primary election day here in Middle Tennessee. We'll be broadcasting live from Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. The whole thing begins at 3 with Murphy Show. He'll be broadcasting live from there. The actual event itself, I think they're going to start at 6 or something like that? I don't know. I'm going to get there about 4 and 4:30, maybe 5. Maybe by 6:30 I'll show up. You see, I went from 3 to maybe by 6:30, Joan. See what I did there?
Wow.
No, I'll get there probably about 5. I always love these things. And I'll stay till about probably maybe 8 or 9 or so. I love meeting people. I love talking to people. Come on out, and it'll be great to shake your hand and have a lot of fun and see who wins, especially the gubernatorial race. Will it be Blackburn? Will it be Monty Fritz? Will it be John Rose?
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm looking at both, Joan and Sam, because they're both hardcore Monty Fritz supporters, which is great. Love you both, and I'm not not telling you who I'm voting for, but Monty Fritz. I'm going to say this about Monty: that man gets some money behind him. He is going to be. 'Cause I want you to think about this. If Monty doesn't win tomorrow, I'm late. If Monty doesn't win tomorrow, if he sharpens his message and he gets some money behind him and Marsha Blackburn decides not to run for another term, he could run again. And I think that he would be a leading candidate if he got some real money behind him. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Would love for you to show up. Details at the website, 997WTN.com. 8:31 on Super Talk.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A California man has pleaded not guilty to charges stemming from his arrest outside President Trump's golf course in Los Angeles. Janine John Taylor was spotted taking photos and videos appearing to monitor security planning activities ahead of the president's arrival there. President Trump was asked about that arrest on Fox News last night.
The only thing I get a little solace from is they say only consequential presidents. And I am definitely consequential.
Haley was found with ammunition on his person and guns in his car. His home was also loaded with guns, ammo, body armor, and what's being called concerning writings. More questions than answers in the crash that killed 15-year-old Station Camp High School sophomore Kinsley Carter. Here's Channel 4's Amber Giant.
Now, a parent that we did speak with tells us that he has children around the same age and says that he often sees drivers going too fast through this neighborhood, and he can't imagine what the family is going through.
And as a runner, I used to run through these neighborhoods, so it was always a concern, people flying. Every time I had a near miss with getting hit by a car, it's been in a subdivision. You imagine, I guess, what any parent would imagine, right? I mean, that could be your kid. It's somebody else's kid. It's just as terrible, though.
Right now, police, again, they're asking everyone if you saw anything on Sunday morning that seemed unusual, or if you have any surveillance video, to send them that information as they continue their investigation.
That crash happened on Windcrest Way on Sunday. Carter died after being hospitalized in intensive care. The moon has a new crater this morning, a 5-ton SpaceX rocket that was supposed to, that SpaceX said it was unable to steer away from Earth, crashed into the moon. It was traveling at 5,400 miles an hour. The impact produced a blast that was equivalent to 15,000 sticks of dynamite. Scientists are still waiting to find out if any photos of that crash and explosion were captured. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. And stocks have been trading for a couple of minutes now. And after yesterday's big rally on Wall Street, we've got some nice numbers to report to you at the open. The Dow Jones Industrials are up 425, the NASDAQ gaining 101, and the S&P 500 index is plus 48 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:33 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. The Wellness Institute of Nashville. If you've been suffering from chronic back, neck, or knee pain, you've got to check out the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee, whether it is non-surgical spinal decompression, the brand new Medical Bay 1, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They've always got the latest and greatest technology to help you get off the sidelines and back into the game. Now, they did it for me years ago. They can do it for you today. Now, this Medical Bay 1, right now, they've got a great deal going on. Mention my name, get $33 off of each visit. It is the Epic Spinal Special. What is Medical Bay 1? It uses red light technology and stem cell stimulation for tissue regeneration and healing. So have an active summer and feel like the person you used to be, courtesy of the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Call them. Tell them I told you to reach out at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
Mount Juliet, it's a crash on 40 westbound at the Wilson-Davidson County line. Also in Cane Ridge, Old Hickory Boulevard northbound at Firestone Parkway. That's another crash. And one in Smyrna. It's on the eastbound side of 24 at Sam Ridley Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Talking about Obama.
Is that going to get me pulled off YouTube? Because I'm going to tell you, Sam, that was not worth it.
No,
not worth it. Hashtag not worth it. Now, some things are worth getting pulled off YouTube for. That wasn't one of them. Am I supposed to know what that was, by the way?
South Park.
Oh, is that South Park?
That's when Mr. Mackey decides to run for president as Donald Trump.
All right.
That wasn't Mr. Mackey. That was Mr. Garrison.
Oh, Mr. Garrison, that's right.
Come on.
Come on, man. Get it right.
You're going to play meme songs. You should know the origins of the meme.
Apparently, they've got that officially copyrighted.
Why, are we pulled off YouTube now?
No. I checked it before to make sure I had the program inputs correct. But I didn't know they'd actually licensed those songs on albums.
Do you know what? Here's the good and the bad.
They were part of a TV show.
Here's what's good and bad. Joan and Chris, what's good is that when we get pulled off, like the morning show in this segment, when we get pulled off of YouTube, like it matters because we get some fairly decent numbers. Joe Rogan is looking behind him. You know what I mean?
He's been looking over his shoulder.
He's been looking over his shoulder
years.
for quite some time.
Yeah.
So, who's this bald guy that thinks he's me? I mean, come on, right? So
that's exactly.
We need to start taking cold plunges and shooting arrows.
That's what we should do.
So, but the bad news is we get in trouble when we get pulled off YouTube. So seriously, if I get pulled off YouTube, I'm going to be in trouble.
You get in trouble for that?
Yes. Have you don't?
It's a badge of honor for Chris.
I don't know. I'd ignore the emails.
See, Joan, that's what I need to do.
I just don't. Okay, so you respond to them?
Well, usually with a short apology, but yeah.
Oh, I've actually never apologized to corporate.
All right. Well,
when you apologize, you're admitting defeat, Dan.
I usually say, you know what I usually do? One word, understood.
I thought you were going to say Sam.
No, no. Although I may have done that too. Anyway, so moving right along. So you've got some Ted Cruz audio here.
Yeah,
and some video.
Well, so he had a heck of a prediction. A lot of people have been wondering what AOC is going to do. Is she going to go after Chuck Schumer's Senate seat, or is she going to run for the presidency?
Right.
And he threw in a curveball on Hannity, saying somebody else is going to run for Schumer's Senate seat.
New York, that Mondami will replace Schumer. I think Mondami is the single.
Mondami?
What happened there?
I don't know.
Oh, you got pulled off YouTube?
No.
Most powerful Democrat in the country. And I got.
Wow.
Okay, so earlier I tried to play some Bill Lee audio. I don't know if you heard that in some video, and it just stopped midway through. So,
hold on, guys, the dial up.
Hold on, we're connecting. Stand by.
We'll be locked in here any moment.
That's actually a good hotkey. I like that.
Well, yeah, keep that hotkey. It'll come in useful daily.
Going to help us? I want to say for the record, I'm not celebrating. I think this is bad for the country. I think this is unhealthy. I want to see two normal parties that are not filled with crazy people who can actually do something reasonable and who actually love the country. Okay, if a Democrat likes some higher taxes and higher regulations, I don't like that. But could we start with the premise that you love America?
So he says he doesn't like it, and I'm like, he's not celebrating it. I'm like, why wouldn't we?
Right. That's it.
Like,
we were talking about that earlier. It's like, okay, so if El Said wins, then that defines the Democrat Party, and that is a lot easier to run against as opposed to some moderate Democrat.
I mean, but they keep saying they're a big tent party, and I guess that's true. They have bartenders, they have radical Muslims, they have rapey Nazi tattoo guys. They're, basically everybody is allowed into that tent.
That's a pretty big tent. It's a pretty big
weird tent.
Big
I would
tent,
run away from
small
that tent.
brains.
Can I ask this question, though? In this big tent, do they have, like, therapists and psychologists and stuff to help them?
Yes, because those people have replaced the police under that big
Yes,
tent.
all the social workers. Very good. And by the way, just so we know, so Ted Cruz said, what about Mamdani? So Mamdani's going to end up in the Senate.
That's what he says.
And then AOC will run for president.
Yep.
That's really swinging for the fences if that's what the Democrats ultimately end up doing.
But both of these people have a record of failure, and a lot of New Yorkers have been turning on Mamdani anyway. I think Mamdani would be the perfect person to energize the moderates and the Republicans in the state of New York to vote against this guy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you know what he did and I talked about this days ago, but with that tax for people with homes over $5 million if they were second homes. So he doxed all those people. But a ton of those people, number one, they were Democrats. Number two, it wasn't their second home. And number three, their homes weren't worth $5 million. So he just doxed a whole bunch of people, including a bunch of his supporters. What an absolute cluster F from a dumb A.
If you had the money to get out of New York, wouldn't you?
That's what I don't get. Like, why are people still... That's my question. Why are people still there?
Why are people still in California? I mean, honestly.
I mean, some people... They are there for family, their kids, and that kind of thing. So
at least you can look at California in some places and still feel like it's objectively beautiful. But New York is not.
You know, unfortunately, in California, the only thing that's beautiful in California, I mean, the beaches aren't really beautiful anymore unless you go up towards like, you know, Ventura and Santa Barbara in that area. But generally speaking, California, you got Huntington Beach and Long Beach and some of those places. It's a sewer. Even down in San Diego, you got all the trash coming up from Mexico.
Yeah, they literally have the sewage that just dumps into the water there.
That's exactly right.
It's poop beach.
What'd you say?
Yikes.
It's a poop beach.
Poop beach, yes. No,
beach.
Joan, you're yikesing, but it's true.
Yeah.
A lot of
It's true.
floaties.
Yeah, there's a lot of yikesing that does go on.
Is that a Snickers bar?
Don't touch that, Jimmy.
Jimmy, put the chocolate down.
Okay, so Chris...
Dan.
I know how much of a follower you are of Perez Hilton.
Dude, did you see that last
So
night?
I have not seen it. I'm not making light of...
I don't think you want to see it.
No.
Did you see it, Chris?
Yeah, I was on the internet last night, John.
Yeah, but
So
you watch, like...
How much did you... It was on for like
Yeah.
30 minutes. Okay, we got to explain what it is.
Yeah.
So Perez Hilton, if you don't know who Perez Hilton is, he is a gay gossip reporter.
Yeah.
Like Hollywood gossip
So
reporter.
like, and he kind of made his name in the early 2000s,
Yeah.
PerezHilton.com, and it was like...
Very gay, but people loved him.
But it was all like it was back when celebrity culture, which I feel like has declined a lot.
Oh, God,
Praise
nobody
God.
cares.
But
Yeah.
back when celebrity culture was kind of like peaking, this guy was doing all the dirt sheets and the blind items and
Yeah.
talking about, you know, what's being talked about behind the scenes. He was a snitch.
Yeah, he was
for Hollywood.
He was pretty relevant.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on
He
now.
worked
with
with
him, but-
TMZ as well. But like a couple weeks back, he said he found Jesus. And this is my wife and I were talking about it. He said he found Jesus, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I was like, you know, are you going to stop the gay stuff? Because that's a pretty big step. But I don't know if he did or not. But then fast forward to last night, I guess he had a psychotic break, some kind of meltdown, and he was just...
He was butchering himself with a butcher knife.
Slicing and dicing.
He was slicing himself with a knife. He's covered in blood, and he's live on TikTok.
Oh, my gosh.
And people are like... I mean, people are going to his home, his new home in Miami, checking on him, but I guess nobody knocked on the door or whatever. But... I mean, the whole thing is just horrifying. I have not actually seen the video itself because by the time I got up at midnight and I saw it, top story on the Daily Mail.
But you didn't...
People were like...
You didn't look for the video on X or...
I mean, I Googled it in X. I searched it. I don't know how to find those things, Chris. Like, I don't know how to do it. So
4chan was going bananas last
4chan.
night.
I don't know how to find 4chan. Like, I don't know.
Who is this 4chan?
You know what? Apparently I didn't care that much to go see if I can find. Do you have it there?
We're not going to put that on the stream.
No.
I can show you if you really.
Nah, you know what?
I don't mind watching, you know, gore.
Right.
I guess. Like I have a thick skin for it. I didn't make it through the whole video.
There were people, I don't know if I've ever seen where people were like, no, seriously, we're not trolling. Don't watch this video. It is disturbing. But I guess my question is he still alive? Like, how much?
Yes. So Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office received multiple calls about him live streaming acts of self-harm. Deputies responded to his home, spoke with family members on the scene, and confirmed he was alone inside. Then they de-escalated while monitoring the situation, and he was later safely recovered and transported by Miami-Dade Fire Rescue to a local hospital where he is receiving medical attention.
Gosh.
Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, picture
describe it.
Mel Gibson's Passion. Jim Caviezel after being lashed and carrying the cross.
That's probably an accurate
So he didn't like
description.
slice his wrist. He's like slicing his body all over the place.
Yeah, it was like an intense cutter.
Yeah.
Qatar.
But I guess maybe he wiped his face or cut his face. His face is jacked up. But he's smiling in part of it. This is like
a
full-blown
serious
demonic possession.
This is a serious mental breakdown. He does have 3 kids, 15, 12 or 13, and like 9.
Yeah,
and
bought
he's
some
living
babies.
he's living with his mom, and they all just moved to Miami. I'm not sure why. And he just, I mean, he had a breakdown.
He had spent time in Las Vegas, and then he said a higher power guided the decision, and that he wanted to raise his 3 children via surrogacy near family. And he's spoken about feeling overwhelmed by the move and being in a bit of a spiral before recommitting to the gym, the church, and reading the Bible.
He just spent some time in the hospital, apparently, for like sepsis, I think is what
That's
I read.
what they said,
He was taking, apparently he had a 3-week hospitalization after taking flu medication on an empty stomach, leading to an ulcer, perforation, and sepsis, followed by a blood clot complication that required emergency treatment.
So, I mean, I couldn't pick him out of a lineup, to be perfectly honest. I've heard of Perez Hilton. I know what he's done, but I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a video of his.
I feel like a lot of millennials know who this guy is.
Oh, I guarantee you, if I mentioned Perez Hilton to Amy, she would know who he is.
Yeah.
So, anyway. So, I mean, honestly, I don't wish the man any harm. I hope he's okay.
When you sell your soul for money and fame, eventually you pay for it.
And there's that take. Did he sell it? Did he sell his soul for, like, I don't know what he did. Like, why do you say that?
I would say yes, he sold his soul for money and fame.
By doing, like, I'm
by just doing
by
what
doing
he
what?
did, just everything. Just if you look at if you zoom out and you look at this man's life, I have a hard time believing that he didn't sell his soul for money and fame. There's nothing remarkable about this individual. Yet to reach the heights that he reached and to do the things that he did, I don't have any.
Was he still relevant?
No.
No. But I have to say, personally, Satan thought he had a soul.
Yeah.
And, when he decided that he was going to give his life to Christ, Satan wasn't going to have anything to do with that. So, set him
Right.
over the edge.
Yeah. I mean, I do hope he's okay. Like that, I'll say that. It is 8:52 on. This is a cheerful segment.
Yes.
Good Lord, man.
Lovely.
Well,
Joan, break out a joke. Quick, Google a joke.
Oh, no. I don't have any.
What are you going to say, Chris?
I was just going to say 988 is the suicide and crisis lifeline,
Yeah, that's
just
a
in
good
case
point.
anybody is ever going through stuff like this. Like,
There's
not even
always
to,
hope.
not to make light of this stuff. All of it is passing, and none of it should be made permanent. So there are resources out there if you or someone you know is going through stuff like that.
Absolutely. All right. It is 8:52, Nashville's Morning News. All right. So what time are you going to get there for the big event tomorrow?
That's tomorrow?
That is tomorrow.
I had everything planned for Friday.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm probably going to miss it at this
Man,
point.
I was gonna show up tonight.
I don't know. I'm probably going to be there, like 4 or 5-ish?
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I want to sneak in a little bit early enough to get some food.
Hot Springs has some good food.
Yeah, we're going to have food trucks on site.
Oh, is there food trucks?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I should have read the memo. I just keep saying you show up.
So let me let's just back the truck up.
Mm-hmm. Beep, beep, beep.
You read the emails when you're in trouble, but you don't read the emails about information on the station events.
Kinda.
And food.
Okay.
Kind of. Well, it's just like when people accuse me, maybe because it's true, of only reading the negative text messages that we get on the super text line.
I get something that looks like it's from corporate, and I just mark it as I think this is a phishing attempt.
Spam. That's what it is.
Then you don't get in trouble.
That's
I
right.
was looking out for company security, and that looked to me like an attempt at phishing. So I marked it as such, and I didn't want to dive in any further for safety reasons.
You're a company man, Chris.
I am.
Clearly a company man. All right, it's 8:54. Joan's got the news coming up at 9. Joan.
We'll tell you why a local man has been sentenced to death. That's coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here, lifelong dog owner, and I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals, and I bet that you have too. If you've got a dog that needs some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. I do call them the Dog Whisperers. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues, and they can help you. So if you've got a dog that has aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, they can help you with your dog. So call them and tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380. Find them online, rsk9nash.com. That's the letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.
This man is naked.
.858 Nashville's Morning News. I'm not going to be able to unsee that. Super Talk 99.7. Chris just showed me, Joan, the Perez Hilton still shot.
Oh.
And yeah, don't watch. I'm not going to watch it. You know, some
It's
people.
pretty yikes.
Some people, you know, like that kind of stuff. Obviously, I find it very weird and peculiar. So, again, as we said, 7569 says, clearly, Dan is a responsible adult if he does not recognize South Park. Sam, Chris.
Up until the last few seasons, it was the greatest piece of social commentary in human history.
South Park?
Yeah.
You know, the weird thing about South Park is, and I do know this, and I know that Chris knows this, they predicted a lot of stuff.
Yeah, like when they had their Macho Man Randy Savage character beating up women in girls' sports.
Oh, yeah, I'm
you
gonna
remember
win
that?
the strongest
No, I don't remember it, but
You don't remember that? Oh, it was on the nose.
Yep.
And it was like a couple of years before
What,
it really
what did
came.
it pull up real quick, or just what has South Park? Because they also Epstein, they predicted Epstein. Remember that?
I mean, did they though? I think one of the things that they do is these guys are on the underbelly of the internet.
Okay.
So they see things that are coming before it hits mainstream.
Who was the other guy that was the producer and he was the beginning of the Me Too movement? Who was that, Joan?
Harvey Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, they talked about Harvey Weinstein too. So you're saying they don't necessarily predict it, they just know what's going on.
Before it hits mainstream.
I think they did something with Tom Cruise too. I think.
Oh, they did a lot with Tom Cruise.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Like he would like
used him as a running joke for years.
Did they really?
Mm-hmm. Because he's really short, but he's an action actor.
How tall is Tom
That's
Cruise?
funny.
5'7".
Lucky.
For action heroes. But that, like the streaming wars, they did a special on, like the different platforms you have to have in order to watch everything and how people price gouge you for that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Or the COVID and how really social distancing didn't do anything and the vaccine didn't help either.
Right. Well, listen, maybe at some point I'll watch South Park, but not
Stop
gonna.
at about season 24.
I might be the only guy in the world that has not seen an episode of South Park and has not seen an episode of The Simpsons.
You haven't seen an episode of The Simpsons?
Nope.
I'm sorry.
I have not either.
Thought this was America. Not one.
And I can ignore shows that I don't want to watch.
Which is a South Park reference, by the way. I thought this was America.
So, what about Family Guy?
Nope.
Do you have any fun?
Oh, I have a lot of fun.
Are you from this planet?
I would have guessed you would have at least watched the Star Wars spoofs from Family Guy.
No.
Spoof on it hard.
That might,
you know what? Maybe
that might pique your interest.
Star Wars spoof?
Dude, they did every single one. It was awesome.
Okay, you know what? I will. How long are they?
Like 45 minutes each.
I'm gonna see if I can find one today, and I'll report back tomorrow.
Listen, I can show you where to find them because, as you know, it's a pirate's life for me.
All right, Chris Hand is coming up next on WTN.